Good evening, everyone. The City of Tacoma Park City Council is reconvening this evening. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure my phone doesn't ring on us. I'll figure that out later. So we are reconvening tonight. Earlier this evening at 6 p.m., the City Council voted to convene in closed session. We met with staff and the city's labor attorney to receive a briefing on and to discuss matters related to collective bargaining negotiations with the city's two unions. We met with staff and legal counsel regarding NDC and the Tacoma Junction project. The meeting was closed pursuant to Annotated Code of Maryland General Provision Article 3-305B7, which permits a meeting to be closed to receive legal advice. 3-305B9, which permits a meeting to be closed to discuss matters related to collective bargaining negotiations, and 3-305B8, which permits a meeting to be closed to consult with staff and counsel to discuss pending or potential litigation. And so we are reconvening now in open session after that closed session. A couple of quick changes to the agenda for tonight. We are not going to vote this evening on the resolution adopting the FY25 budget priorities and potential tax rate goals. We will instead have a work session on that topic. So that will mean for tonight, our voting items will be a first reading ordinance approving FY 2024 budget amendment number 2, as well as a resolution adopting the public space management plan. We will have 3 work sessions this evening, development of balancing act survey for community release, as well as an update on the minor master plan amendment planning board work sessions. And then, as I mentioned, another work session on the FY25 budget priorities and potential tax rate goals. Just as a reminder for folks in terms of the upcoming meetings, on December the 6th, the City Council will have a meeting with our District 20 delegation to discuss joint priorities, and that will start at 6:30. It will end at 7:30, and we will have a special meeting. At 7:30, we will have 2 tentative items. The first is a second reading ordinance approving FY 2024 budget amendment number 2, as well as a resolution ratifying a collective bargaining agreement with ASME. We will also have a work session on the minor master plan. On Thursday, December the 7th, Hanukkah will begin at sunset. And on Monday, December the 11th, our staff tour of Tacoma Park and evening public reception to meet city manager candidates will happen. On Tuesday, December the 12th, the City Council will have an administrative function session. On Wednesday, December the 13th, the City Council will have its regular meeting at 7:30 p.m. We will have voting sessions on council resolution on the minor master plan amendment, second reading ordinance approving the FY20, nope, that's not quite right. There will be a resolution setting forth dates for the City Council's holiday recess, I should say, as well as a resolution adopting the FY25 budget priorities and potential tax rate goals. And that will take us into the holidays. And just as a quick reminder for folks, on Friday, December the 22nd, city offices and facilities are closed through Monday, December the 25th for the Christmas holiday. Monday, December the 25th is Christmas Day, and city offices and facilities are closed for the Christmas holiday. Wednesday, December the 27th, council will not meet because we will be on recess. And Monday, January the 1st is the New Year's Day, and city offices and facilities are closed Sunday and Monday for a New Year's holiday. Okay, so that has taken us through the end of the year. And so now we are going to move into our agenda for tonight. So first, we want to open the floor for any public comments on any voting items. Just as a reminder, voting items for this evening is first reading ordinance approving FY24 budget amendment number 2, as well as resolution adopting the public space management plan. Do you have any public comments on voting items? Okay. Do we have any virtual?
Just for general public comments.
Excellent. Okay, we're going to move on to general public comments tonight. Do we have any general public comments?
Good evening, Sue Miller, Ward 3. If you watched the planning board session on the minor master plan on November 16th, you cannot possibly vote to approve this plan. And drafting a resolution to approve it before even hearing the work session on the Flower District is, well, wild. On the 16th, the planning board staff finally described how the residents of Maple Avenue are indeed tremendously concerned about displacement and gentrification. And then a planning board member described exactly how this plan is, in fact, going to cause displacement and gentrification. So no, this is not misinformation. Then they excised the word gentrification from the document so as not to hurt the feelings of gentrifiers. It was surreal. And then there was a stated plan to push Tacoma Park to weaken our rent stabilization. Why would you stand for this? Finally, there was acknowledgement by staff and board that there is, in fact, no way to ensure no net loss of affordable housing under this plan. It's going to happen. No substantive plan changes were made to prevent this. And we know less than half the units are protected by covenants. The planning board is under pressure to create new housing across the county under Thrive. They were crystal clear that that is their motivation for this plan. But frankly, that pressure is not our problem. Tacoma Park is in the lucky position of already having density and diversity and a remarkable concentration of affordable housing. I beg you, do not disrupt what we have for the benefit of developers or county planners. Do not disrupt what we have in hopes of growing the tax base when what we need to do is live within our means as a city. Do not disrupt what we have just because you got stuck with this plan halfway through the process. You have been given the power to reject it. Please read the zoning suggestions of the people who live here, of Peter Kovar, Carl Elefante, David Reed. Listen to your neighbors on Maple. Make the zoning changes to reduce the pressure to raise these buildings. This plan was promoted with confusing language that made it exceedingly difficult for anyone to understand the effect it would have until too late. It was promoted with delightful mirages like a greenway with no funding attached. It was pushed along during the pandemic despite inadequate input and turbulent city and county leadership. For the sake of this community and for your own legacy, you cannot possibly approve this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other general public comments?
Good evening. My name is David Reed. I live in Ward 2. One of the unfortunate parts of the community discussion about the MMPA is the claim that if you oppose the plan, you are against development, that you are against change, and you want to keep the city from growing. Personally, I find that accusation very disturbing because I have a PhD in development economics, and I've dedicated the past 3 decades of my life to developing sustainable development in countries around the world. The accusation echoing in our community is quite similar to a dialogue that I've had over the past 30 years with Larry Summers, our former Secretary of the Treasury under President Obama. My dialogue with Mr. Summers began when he was senior economist at the World Bank, and I sought his advice about promoting sustainable development in low-income countries. With his legendary social awkwardness, Mr. Summers began by yelling at me, and I quote, "Sustainable development is bullshit. It's all about growth, economic growth. Forget about sustainable development. It's nonsense." I'm very glad to say that Mr. Summers, the World Bank, the international community have shifted steadily away from that very narrow understanding of development. Today, any development project, whether local or national, must answer two fundamental questions. One, is the project sustainable and will it address the coming impacts of climate change? And two, who are the beneficiaries of growth? I'm glad that the discussion on the MMPA has been framed by county and city policies that require any project to address anticipated climate impacts. The same cannot be said, however, about who will be the beneficiaries of economic expansion. Testimony from numerous experts has asserted that beneficiaries certainly will not be the low and moderate income families, largely brown and black, who live on Maple Avenue. But who then do you believe will be the beneficiaries of the upzoning and densification proposal? Are increased tax revenues going to benefit everybody in the city? Will new revenues reduce pressure on city council members and city staff who face budgetary constraints? Will a university be the main beneficiary? Will local developers benefit from higher profits? Will the county be able to claim benefits by reducing its, quote, housing deficit? Are the intended beneficiaries to be the 7,000 to 8,000 new, mainly middle-income residents who will occupy new dwelling units? These are not heuristic questions. As city council members, you must provide clear answers to your constituents as to whom you believe the beneficiaries will be. You, our council members, and not county staff, have the sharpest understanding of city needs. So as you go through your upcoming deliberations on the MMPA, I hope that you will state clearly and publicly whom you think this plan will benefit. And we certainly all look forward to your answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other general public comments?
Tom Gagliardo, 107 Hodges, Ward 1. I want to associate myself with the comments made by my colleagues who just spoke. Councilmember Hanzak, you expressed your desire that whatever happens with the MMPA, that people feel they have been heard. I previously addressed the council and said, we know that we have been heard when our questions are answered. When you ask us questions, you ask for more information, when you state when you agree or disagree with us. So let me ask some questions. One, repeating my comment last week in responding to the county planning staffer's statement regarding site plan review. How many site plans have been rejected as not in compliance with a master plan? How many site plans have been disapproved or amended by reducing heights and or floor to area ratios because of public input? How many because of objections by the planning board? How many by you, the mayor and council of Tacoma Park? Two, Councilmember Fulcher, you expressed your desire that Tacoma Park be a city that the county wants to do business with. I agree with that goal. But does this mean that the mayor and council must always agree with the position of the county staff or the planning board, that you should never oppose a proposal, that you should never propose an alternative? Has anyone assessed, number three, has anyone assessed the impact of upzone property and its increased price on the ability of tenants to purchase the buildings in which they live? I've seen the Facebook postings that promote that. That's a laudable goal. But how many tenant associations have purchased or tried to purchase buildings? How many have succeeded? Will you oppose the MMPA as drafted because it will make properties more expensive and more difficult for tenants to buy? Now, I wrote this before I saw the resolution that you're going to discuss tonight. And I'm reminded of the words of Sam Abbott, who served 3 terms as mayor, and when he was not reelected in 1985, he said, there are no permanent victories. There are no permanent defeats. The work will continue regardless of what you do. But as you've been told by Ms. Katzmiller and by Mr. Reed, and as you've been told by me and others, there are countless reasons, good reasons, sensible reasons, reasons that speak of self-confidence to oppose the plan.
Thank you. Do we have any other general public comments?
Colleen Cordes, Ward 1. Please forgive me, I really do not mean to be insulting, but I think that from the residents' perspective, the fact that you have a resolution tonight, that you've even put out in public a resolution that you would
Can't hear her.
that you would approve the MMPA without the work sessions being over, without the work session on the Washington Adventist campus even having happened. I hate to say this, but it makes my council and my city look kind of ridiculous and like pushovers. From the planning board's perspective,
Have to
what
mute
possible
yourself.
incentive do they have
Good, that's what I was trying to.
to make any changes now? Because you've already signaled that no matter what they do, you're ready to approve it. Maybe I don't understand the process, and that will become clear when you talk about it. Perhaps this is just boilerplate or something, but I'm very concerned. I'm also very concerned about the staff presentation that you're going to receive. It says that the staff has been pleased with the seriousness and the care that the board has treated your whole resolution with. I don't think many of us have seen that. We've seen pro forma, checking the box kinds of things. Also, where is the language changes? How can any of us, you may have it, maybe they've submitted to you what the planning board, what the planning staff has redrafted. Residents haven't seen it. For instance, the staff says that there's going to be new language on racial equity. Where is it? And that there's significantly stronger language on anti-displacement and no net loss. Where is it? We know this is a major concern about systemic racism, which of course is not intentional, but this is the way it happens, thoughtlessly. So we really need to see that language before you give any kind of signal about whether you would approve a plan. The other thing is there's nothing in the staff presentation about the planning board wanting to put something in to weaken our to recommend we weaken our rent stabilization. That's really a missing piece of that presentation. And one last thing, I noticed that the staff presentation says the board is talking about the city as a stakeholder, an important stakeholder. You've been ratcheted down. We were partners. The city was a partner. If you guys are partners, it sounds like they're trying to rush you into passing a resolution at the busiest time, the end of the year. Why don't you tell them you're a partner and you want your other partner to give you more time to do this right, and you want to wait and see what they come up with before you signal how you're going to vote on it? Or signal that they better get serious about making some changes or that you will vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other general public comments?
Hi, I'm Catherine Tunis, and I've got now, I guess, two topics to talk about. One is that I totally agree with my neighbors that there are serious problems with the MMPA. I do not believe that there's any need for voting for zoning changes at the hospital site. The Adventists still own that property. They have plans for that property. They can do what they want to do with that property with the current zoning through a special exception process. If we change the zoning, we have given away all of our power. And I will remind you that it is our power that we, the homeowners, the property owners, own the city, and you represent us. And that the planning board staff, while they're wonderful people and very talented, they have a vested interest in development, because if there's no development, they don't have jobs. And it is our interest to have a livable city, not to give jobs to wonderful people, even if that they may be. Now, the reason I came here tonight was to talk about Saturday, because Saturday, right here in this building, we are going to have a blood drive. The police is sponsoring with Inova Blood Donor Services. This is the first time we've done a partnership with Inova Blood Donor Services. I have donated with them for decades, and I think that they're going to do a fabulous job. We now have only 2 slots left for people to sign up ahead of time, but Inova has told me that they will take walk-ins. So if you can't get one of those slots, please show up Saturday between 11:30 and 4:30 in the afternoon, right in the Azalea Room. We will be in there. And for the first 50 donors, we have beautiful custom-made T-shirts that say, "I've got heart. I donated blood in Tacoma Park, Maryland. It's got the logo of Inova and the logo of the city. It's available in beautiful true blue or Heart of Gold, gold. So available to the first 50 blood donors. And I hope that I am so pleased that so many people in our community have stepped forward to sign up to donate blood, literally giving of themselves to help others that need it. And right before the holidays is very, very important because people are pulled in different directions and they often can't donate. And also, there's usually a lot more accidents during the holidays, and so there's a lot more need for blood. So I am just so pleased. I mean, I know that our community is fabulous, and I'm just so pleased that people are stepping up to donate. And if you can't get a slot, please do walk in, because Inova has promised me that they will take walk-ins on Saturday. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other general public comments? Okay. Do we have any virtual comments?
We have 2 virtual public comments. First will be Mary Jane Machui,
Okay.
and the second will be Lucy Moore, and they each have up to 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Hello?
Yes, Ms. Machui, we can hear you.
There's a problem with the audio visual here. The person who spoke before Ms. Tunis was garbled totally. I could hardly understand what she said. I'm at home on my iPad. I just suggest you fix it. And when Ms. Tunis spoke, it wasn't synchronized. When she spoke, it wasn't along with the voice. It weren't synchronized properly.
Okay, but Ms. Machui, we can hear you now, and your time has started. And we can see you as well.
I just want to say, I'm not leaving Tacoma Park. I know the county, the city, everybody's trying to get rid of me, but I'm leaving. I don't have any place to go. If you want to get rid of me, find a place for me to go, okay? Thank you. Second of all, the property tax credits. I do not qualify for any of them this year because but only when I qualified in the past years, is everybody in the house makes less than $60,000 a year. I do not qualify for this year. We're making around $71,000 a year, which is not hardly any. Is probably almost poverty wages here in Tacoma Park. My son is disabled, so I'm disabled. He works his butt off as a slave wage. Slave basically is a slave because of his different ability. And you're welcome anytime to come to my house at 404 Boyd Avenue. You think I'm exaggerating the line. Second of all, I want to thank Mr. Siemens. He's the only one who seems to have shown any really real interest in helping parents of special needs adults, even though the people at Frontline never return my call. I think you don't realize that when somebody like me asks for help, they turn their back on me all the time, okay? You all have clout. I think the only reason I was able to even speak to anybody at Frontline was through Mr. Siemens. If it wasn't for him, I think they would my son could be dying out in the street and they walk over. There aren't that many kind people in this world left, okay? I'm sorry. And second of all, I appreciate the mayor recommending the outpatient wellness clinic of Adventist Healthcare. They are not helpful at all. I filled out a very lengthy form questionnaire for them and I mailed it certified because it contained a lot of private information. I got it about 2 weeks later. I got a computerized voice, and I called them and returned the call. They never returned my call, and I don't expect them to ever return my call. Yet they have all this private information on me, which I really resent. They are not helpful at all. Please, when anybody, before you recommend anything to me and say it's so great, check them out first. It really hurts when you think somebody's going to help you and it turns out they turn their back on you. And again, property tax credits. I'm the one who told this information years ago to Ms. Zavala. And then she's turned it back to me and say, she's helping me. I'm the one who told her about this. I'm the one who's trying to tell some of my Black American neighbors who are really, really having problems. Their sons and daughters are having to move to Hagerstown because of the cost of living here in Tacoma Park. They're mostly wealthy, white, and Asian people buying up these houses for $1 million, and you want to knock mine down. I know you want, the vultures are after my house. I know you're after my house, and I'm not that stupid. Thank you. You all have a good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Machui. And I believe our next public commenter.
Hi, let me share my screen.
Just 1 second. Okay, perfect.
Can you hear me all right while I'm pulling this up?
We can.
All right, and are you seeing a presentation?
We are.
Okay. Yeah, the sound is a little garbled on my end, so please let me know if on your end it cuts out. So my name is Lucy Moore. I'm a resident of Ward 3. I'm a parent, and I'm also co-chair of the city's Grants Review Committee. And just briefly before I give my official comments tonight, I want to thank you for this time, but also for, in general, for your engagement with our committee, either by email, sidebars at various Tacoma Park festivals, but especially Councilmember Fulcher, who joined our committee for our meeting earlier this month. So I'm here tonight to ask you to continue to fund grant giving and direct cash assistance programs as we move into next year. I understand that we're facing some tough budget decisions, but these are programs that serve Tacoma Park residents who are most under-resourced and in the greatest need of city support. So my comments tonight, just to clarify, the specifics of them are mine, but they are informed by our committee's discussions over this past year. So as some context on the committee, the Grants Review Committee is made up of 9 Tacoma Park residents, and we work with staff from Housing and Community Development to oversee the Community Quality of Life grants. And so through this program, the city gives small grants to local organizations who then provide a range of services to Tacoma Park residents. So this includes workforce development, after school care, enrichment programs. There's a variety. And this past year, the city has used ARPA funds to fund the Community Quality of Life grant, just as the city has done so with a number of other really critical social service programs. So these here are a smattering of those, ones that particularly spoke to me, but there's a number of critical programs currently being funded by ARPA. And as we know, ARPA is winding down. So as you look ahead to next year, almost none of these programs currently have a plan for how they're funded. And to keep these programs going, these alone are, you're looking at 1.2 million, which, I understand in the context of our budget conversations, is a challenge. Funding these programs is going to require some trade-offs because that's 1.2 million on top of the 3 million deficit that City Manager Eubanks flagged and forecast last week. So our committee's been discussing the situation for a while now. We're concerned about the Community Quality of Life grant, but we're also concerned more broadly about the social services programs the city's been able to provide. And based on our conversations, a few themes have emerged. So these are the 3 that I'd like to share with you tonight that have come out of our conversations in these last few months. And the first is recognizing that while ARPA is going away, the problems that ARPA was designed to address really are not. So in Tacoma Park, we have neighborhoods in the north side of town in which 15% of residents are living in poverty. And as you all know all too well, that tends to break down along racial lines, which is a situation that needs to be addressed, and it needs to be addressed consistently. And compounding this challenge is the fact that ARPA is going away for us, but also for everyone else. So within our committee, we've discussed, are there ways that we could look for funding from other sources? I know staff is looking at that. And absolutely, that's something we should be doing. But the feedback we've gotten is like a lot of people are tightening their belts. So while we should absolutely be looking outside, we really need to look inward as well. And so the second theme that's come out of our conversations is change. Change is here. And we, the Grants Review Committee, but also the city as a whole, need to lean into it. Too much has happened in the last few years to just, kind of retain a business as usual approach to our budget. Think COVID and the lockdown, the George Floyd protests, and even ARPA itself. But if you look at our city budget, it's really stayed steady state in a lot of ways for the last 15 years. So it's grown, matching inflation more or less, but it's remained proportional. So typically about a third of our budget goes to police, another third goes sort of split between general government and public works, and that only leaves a third for everything else the city does. But in the last few years, ARPA has allowed us to experiment with things like anti-poverty programs that are really exciting to see. But as ARPA winds down and we're looking at the budget next year, I think we need to ask, are these programs we really want to let go? And if we do let them go, who is losing out? Which brings me to the third topic we've discussed amongst our committee, which is a recognition that our money is a reflection of our values. The money we give out or we approve of giving on behalf of the city through the grants program, the money that's set in the budget. And for that, we've, as a committee, looked to you all and the city council priorities that you all have set. Amongst these 5 priorities, there are elements that are served by the grants and direct cash assistance programs that ARPA's funded. And to lose them is to drift away from our city's core values, the core values you've outlined here, and these are values that have also spoken to members of our committee. So with that, I'd like to just close by thanking you for your time, for your leadership, particularly around those values and priorities, and also your leadership as we move into these tough decisions next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Lucy, if you wouldn't mind sharing your slides, I think there are members of council that would be interested in receiving them.
Great. I'll follow up by email. Thank you all.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Do we have any other general public comments? Wonderful. So we're going to move on to council comments. Do we have any council comments this evening? Okay. Councilmember Gibson.
First, before I forget, I just want to remark in response to Ms. Machui's comments about the property tax credit, and I do think that that's just long, antiquated thresholds for that I don't know that we have the power to change those here in the city, but working with county and state government, it's unsatisfactory, it's unacceptable that people making such little money cannot get their tax credits. So I'm feeling for you. I want to thank all the folks that spoke about the minor master plan tonight. We do have an important session to watch tomorrow night. It should be a little bit before noon or sometime before lunch, so 10:30 or so, I'm not sure. The public planning board work session, which will be looking at Flower Avenue District and implementation in particular. And that will help us make our decisions, but thus far, we've seen quite a lot, and me personally, I'm not impressed by the responsiveness, but I hopefully will be surprised with one more session to see what the planning board does. With that, I'll close and thank all of the commenters tonight. Appreciated that and the good work of the Grants Committee. I thank you.
Councilmember Small.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to begin by talking about structural change. And the reason why I want to talk about that is I had a interesting thing come across my social media that said, instead of Giving Tuesday, how about we do Structural Change Wednesday? And I thought that was interesting, and it was going to organize my theme for this presentation. And then lo and behold, we talked about some of the things that I think are going to address that. So I'm going to begin. When you think about structural change, that means structures and the people who animate those structures change. It's historically a natural process in American society. There's been an overwhelming concentration of people in a certain sort of demographic and density area, and that has had an undue effect on the way in which we do these things. One of the things about that, though, is to note the actors involved and where they come from and how consistently they come, vis-a-vis the actors who are required to make these decisions and the obligations that they have to their residents and their constituencies that are geographically determined. As such, when we look at the process that we go through on these things, a lot of times these processes are muddled and confused and obfuscated by the desire of people to make sure that their long-term interests with regard to any of these processes are realized. And historically, since we had a social democratic sort of overview in the way that we did these things, it was easy for people to just go ahead and pretend like their geographic densities were aligned with these sort of broader principles because there just weren't very many people involved in the government. And then lo and behold, we changed those things by moving the elections to a different time of the year so they would correspond with when other people and everyone else was getting elected. And lo and behold, we have a brand new looking council. Additionally, when we speak about these things, we have people who are professionals in some of these areas that have worked just as long and just as hard and maybe closer to the ground on any number of things, including density, race, and any number of other things. And I chose to wear this outfit today for a reason. I've worn it more than once, and I've talked more than once about the fact that anybody ought to get to be able to do this. But the colors of the diaspora are not just about whoever's interested in partaking in cannabis somewhere. They are the colors of the diaspora because they represent the green of the homeland, the gold that was stolen, and the blood of the people. It's a diasporic thing. It has something to do with race and understanding these kinds of issues. I am really going to go over time. I am really, really, really getting upset about people attempting to use minorities or black people or poor people as human shields for their desires based on their personal policy predilections. As such, I would like to say it is important to recognize that as we move forward in these things, there are ways to discuss these things that don't presuppose that the people who are sitting up here are ignorant. There are ways to discuss these things that don't presuppose that the people up here have no idea what they are doing, or that they haven't dedicated careers to these things, and or that they don't have geographically determined constituencies that therefore give them one vote in a process that is supposed to affect this whole city. Now, the irony about this and the little thing that we just had happen here is I want to make clear to everyone that Sam Abbott is not walking through that door. We are a brand new generation of people. I am probably going to run again. If you're going to find someone that is going to run against me, that's fine. But I have dedicated my life to this process. I have dedicated my life to putting myself in a position to speak credibly on these issues, and I'm going to continue to do so. And if I am continually alienated by the process by which people attempt to talk to me, then it's going to affect my ability to make decisions on their behalf, and I'm not going to say it again. Thank you.
Councilmember Siemens.
Are you telling us to shut up?
No, I'm telling you not to be rude, actually.
Thank you, Mayor. I
apologize.
we just wanted to take a minute to thank the people of Adventist Community Services of Greater Washington who this Thanksgiving handed out food to many of our less fortunate neighbors. and acknowledge the fact that they were able to provide families with over 800 families with food, including turkey or chicken at their choice for the Thanksgiving holiday. And wanted to just recognize the workers at Adventist Community Services and the many volunteers who helped them, and also the many donors who provided the funds to make it possible. And I have to declare that disclose that my wife is head of the food program at Adventist Community Services, and I think she did a great job too. Thank you.
Councilmember DeBala.
Well, hello, everybody. First, I would really appreciate it if everybody, myself included, could stay civil and could stick with the issues. We can talk about the issues, we can disagree, and we can keep it civil, I hope. But that was not part of what I was going to talk about. I wanted to, specific to property tax credits, since Mary Jane Matsui brought it up, I believe what she was talking about is something that I hope we talk about next Wednesday with Delegate Charkoudian, who is proposing, at my urging, a property tax credit bill to redefine low income to be something other than $60,000, which I think we all agree with, at least in this room. And if we don't, that's fine too. But yeah, sorry about that.
We've been on enough meetings, so
It's been a week. But to the point, next Wednesday, I hope we'll go into the details of this, and we'll be able to have everybody understand what it is, what it isn't, and how you can help if you agree with doing it. The other, two other quick announcements. Next Wednesday, this is mostly for council and the city manager. Next Wednesday, there's a report being released by Maryland Municipal League, State of the Municipality. It's something they're going to be doing every year. I will not be able to attend, but I will be getting a copy as soon as they're available for anybody else on the council who wants one. Because I'm on the board, apparently I get the discount. And speaking of legislation, so next Monday is a public hearing on for the state legislators who represent all of the different parts of Montgomery County, bills that they are proposing that are specific to Montgomery County. I have a list, and I have picked out a few and circulated to some of you about things I think the city council might want to support. Again, thinking more to Wednesday rather than literally have somebody there Monday night, although that, of course, would be wonderful. And anybody in the audience who wants the list, just email me. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Councilmember Hanzak.
Thank you, Mayor. I think there might be something going on with my mic. Is it clear? That's the second time that's happened tonight. Okay. Good evening. I just wanted to share a few thoughts. Actually, I hadn't planned these in advance. I'm not going to touch the MMPA right now. We still have another work session. I received an email this week from a constituent that said, you know that meeting you're having on December 3rd with the neighborhood, I hope that you talk about more than just the minor master plan amendment, because it's such a long process and there is so much going on that needs to be addressed. And I just want to get to that issue real quick as a newer council member. It might be hard to imagine just how much is on the plate of this particular council. I know it's come as a shock to me just how big the plate is. So one of the more exciting but long issues that I think came onto my plate just this week was SHA came back around. There's a meeting coming up. It's the second time in a year that it's come up to where I've been able to comment again. And you won't be seeing that every day. Just that's one of 100 issues that come across our desks every day. And actually, the SHA issues are the things that are most keeping some of my residents up at night, because people have had cars flipping in their front yard, children with mental health issues that came after that, and a whole array of other issues, but including searching for a brand new city manager that's going to set our course for the next multiple years, and a lot of hours put into that by this council. And I just want to say, I really love working with the people that are up here on this dais and the staff that we have right now. And I want to share that with the residents, because while what you see is here on television at night on Wednesday for many hours, what we see behind the scenes is an incredibly hardworking group of people who are dedicating themselves completely in spite of whatever else they might have going on in their lives. And it really is admirable, and I hope that we can continue to do some of those really hard, long-ranging things that you might not get to see. Thanks.
Well, thank you all so much. I want to thank everyone for coming out and providing comments tonight. I say all the time, if you ever want to get passion, get people active, talk about zoning and sidewalks, right? Hopefully not in the same sentence. And I appreciate Councilmember DeBala and Councilmember Honzak and Councilmember Smalls. I appreciate everyone's feedback, because this is a very difficult place to be in, right? Because the development process is one that is not linear. It's very circular. There's a lot of different components. So it's very multifaceted. It relates not just to the zoning, but it relates to all of the different policies that not just relate to policies at the city level, but policies at the county level, and how all of those intersect with one another, and what is the ultimate vision we have for our community? How do we build for what we have today, but prepare for what we have for tomorrow? The plan is a 20-year outlook, right? And so it's not something that is going to, we all don't have crystal balls or tea leaves that we can read to anticipate what is exactly going to happen. And so we have to prepare for a level of flexibility, and that's unsettling, especially when we're talking about people's homes, and we're talking about community. But I just ask for us to, in this holiday season, as we've just, finished up Thanksgiving, we're appreciating gratitude and thankfulness. As we get ready to embark on the holiday season, where it's about family and being together and oneness, that we remember that we're all a part of the same community. And one of the things that was very, very important to me in running is ensuring that we would not let another project divide us to the point where we can't be civil, we can't speak to our neighbors, we can't embrace one another, because we may disagree philosophically on a policy issue. So I appreciate everyone that's come out tonight. I think it's always helpful, and I want to make sure that we are, and I believe all of my colleagues would agree, that we want to create an environment where people feel welcome to come and provide their thoughts. We get lots of emails and things in terms of feedback, so I want people to feel comfortable to come here and encourage people to come here to share their thoughts. But I also want us to be able to have constructive discourse. And that means that we're not attacking individuals, but we can speak about the policies. So I just want to make sure that we are definitely operating in that vein. So I've ran my mouth through all of my time, and I can't really give my updates. So just really quickly, I will be bright and early at the MHP breakfast tomorrow. So the multiple alarms will need to be set, so I will be there. Thank you so much, Ms. Tunis, for the blood drive. I want to encourage folks again to come out on Saturday for that. Trying to just triple check that there isn't anything else big that is on Pajama-rama. I felt like I was missing something, and that's what I'm missing, and that is on Sunday. Yes, please do that, because I'm looking at my calendar, I'm like, I know I missed something. Pajama-rama.
This may already be on the city manager's list.
No.
Okay, so two community events that many of us love dearly. Alternative Gift Fair, you can give help to others instead of stuff. That's Saturday from 12 to 4 at the Presbyterian Church gym. And on Sunday, Pajama Rama. If you want to see me in my Alaskan wolf PJs, this is your chance. Enough said.
Yes. And I distinctly recall last year, we had a group photo with lots of folks. Because you always get to bring out your best fluffy pajamas for Pajama-Rama. So I encourage people to come out and embrace our wonderful community. And so with that, I will turn things over to Mr. Eubanks to go through city manager comments.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and Council, members of the public, and city staff. For the week of December 4th, the city street resurfacing contractor will be milling and paving Linden Avenue and the New Hampshire Avenue surface lane around the former Hillwood Manor apartment complex, now the Colonnade at the Creek. Montgomery Housing Partnership and the city are collaborating on the project, which will include paving the city-owned portion of the roadway as well as the privately owned portion of the service road and parking spaces. MHP has agreed to reimburse the city for the cost of paving on private property. A reminder that leaf collection is continuing through December 15th. Residents can rake leaves to the curb at their convenience. The city is divided into 5 zones for collection, and each zone has a leaf vacuum assigned. City crews pick up leaf piles street by street throughout their zone. Every street will receive at least 2 collections and usually receive 3 or more. The state roads, which include Philadelphia Avenue, Piney Branch Road, Ethan Allen, and Carroll Avenue, plus Flower Avenue between Carroll Avenue and University Boulevard, have 2 scheduled pickup dates. These streets are collected differently due to the traffic volumes and need to reduce traffic impacts for collection. Residents can also report their leaf piles by calling the leaf collection hotline at 301-891-7626. A reminder to come out to the Piney Branch Elementary School on Friday, December 1st at 6 p.m. for the Old School versus New School basketball tournament, and enjoy music, raffles, and a spectacular halftime show featuring the Blair High School Palms and high school hip-hop dance teams. The event is free to attend. On Thursday, November 30th, from 9 a.m. to 12:30 p.m., the Montgomery County Planning Board is hosting a virtual meeting concerning the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment. It is the 5th item on the agenda. The Planning Board is hosting multiple work sessions on the MMPA this fall. Staff reports for each work session are available on the Planning Board agenda webpage, and a live stream or video of the Planning Board session can be viewed online. The link will be posted tomorrow in the City Manager's comments. After several months of delay, we learned this afternoon that there has been significant progress in the Mental Health Counselor Pilot Program. The county has now posted the counselor positions on their internal portal, which will be posted externally by next week if they receive no internal applicants. This hiring process is the key first step towards implementation. Passport services are moving to the second floor, from the second floor to the 3rd floor of the community center, and will now be right outside the finance window to allow for easier processing of the paperwork and fees for this service. More information can be found on the city website, and a link will be posted with the city manager comments tomorrow. At the community center on Monday, December 11th, from 6:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m., there's an opportunity for the community to meet with the final 3 candidates in the city manager search. Each candidate will have an opportunity to present their backgrounds and management style, followed by a reception and time to ask questions directly to each candidate. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to move into our voting session. This evening, the first item that we have is a first reading ordinance approving the FY 2024 budget amendment number 2. Would someone like to move that budget amendment?
So moved.
Councilmember Gibson moves, Councilmember Small second. Just do a quick check. Do we need to do a roll call on this one?
You can do a hand
Hand
vote
vote.
for first reading.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Are there any questions or comments on this? All right. All right. And so all those in favor of the first reading ordinance approving the FY 2024 budget amendment number 2? Oh, my gosh. I had the wrong title. Okay, I'm so sorry, I forgot, I read the wrong title. So the first reading, or all those in favor of an ordinance amending the annual budget to fund a resolution of the Tacoma Junction project, please say aye.
Aye.
Do we have any opposed? Any abstain? Okay. And just to close the loop on this, the city and NDC have reached an agreement in principle to end their relationship on the NDC project. A joint statement will be made available on the city's website tomorrow. So now the next agenda item we have is the resolution adopting the public space management plan. Just as a reminder for folks, we've established timelines for these discussions, and so we've allotted 20 minutes for this. Would someone like to move the resolution adopting the public space management plan?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Small. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Gibson. All right, so are there any comments or points of discussion? Councilmember Siemens.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the fact that this is moving along, and I know a lot of work has been put into this, both within the cities, among the city staff, and with residents providing their comments and observations, and also work at the county level with the planning board. I have a couple of concerns with the plan as it stands now that I would like us to discuss and find a way to make some changes. Number one is I'm sorry that I didn't know this sooner, but I've learned, this has been a learning process too, going through very complicated zoning. But thanks to some of the residents in the city who've brought things to my attention, I realize now that some of the zoning that's been placed on properties along Maple Avenue would give the property owners the right to erect buildings that are 100% commercial and not just residential.
Oh, we're doing a public space management plan.
Geez, I am bossed already.
You are ready to get to the MMPA, aren't you?
I was. All right, well, that's embarrassing, but do you understand why I didn't catch some of these other things earlier?
Absolutely.
No problem. Thank you, Councilmember Siemens. Councilmember Small.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to reiterate that from my perspective, I think that the public space management plan is a pinnacle of municipal government activity and effort. I think it is well conceived. I think that the data that it provides is a wealth of historical and analytical data, and in many ways, it to some degree foreshadowed my comments today and the larger sort of casual indictment that we have on the way in which we have manipulated or operated resources in the city. I think it is cute that I live in the thumb of some kind of claw. When you look at the document over and over again, it kind of looks like you're like this. Or so if it's the larger point being that by examining this plan and thinking about where revenues come from and the generation of efforts and policy, maybe moving forward we can have more cogent conversations about equity and fairness. Because I do think to some degree the landscape and the mapping on some of these things do demonstrate non-equity and unfairness. Thank you.
And Mayor, we do have a presentation prepared. Alex Freeman is going to lead us through just a review of what's happened over the last couple of weeks since our last session.
Excellent.
That would have helped me, thank you.
No problem. So, welcome, Alex.
I will hold my comments till after the presentation.
Yes.
I'll be glad to wait, too.
Thank you both very much.
I stand either way.
All right, thank you. And my apologies for not being here right on time. We jumped right in a little faster than I expected, so excited to be here. I wanted to take a minute. My name is Alex Friedman. I'm the planner for the City of Tacoma Park. And I wanted to take a quick minute to just really high level, very quickly review some of the changes that are represented in the City Council draft with markup that is available online and that all of you have copies of. So just, again, for a really quick refresher, when we talk about public space in this plan, we talk about land that is owned by the City of Tacoma Park and accessible to everyone who lives, works, plays, studies, and prays in the city, which includes parks, but also sidewalks, the roadway, curbside dining, parking spaces, playgrounds, and more. The plan is meant to provide integrated guidance on how public space will be used and maintained in the city. It creates a decision-making process for how, when, and where the city devotes funding and resources for public spaces, and it creates a framework with actionable recommendations. So how did we get to this City Council draft? It is 5 years in the making, almost exactly at this point. We had over 30 community engagement touch points. We contracted out the development of the majority of this plan with a firm, CH Planning. There were hours and hours of city staff from multiple departments and divisions working on many of these pieces. And we also reviewed many comments and pieces of feedback from City Council members. Excuse me, there's something popped up in front of me here. So the draft summary of what you're looking at, the City Council draft, that was the product of everything that was collected and processed and digested since the public review draft was released in January of this year, 2023. In July 2023. Between July and November, we had an open comment period where we collected comments from the public as well as members of the City Council. And after that point, staff, myself included, reviewed all the comments and feedback and submitted by the public and members of the council, and then we recommended changes that have been incorporated into the document that you see before you. Staff, we used our professional expertise and opinion in reviewing each of these comments and identifying which we felt were best to recommend for inclusion in this City Council draft. Those that we did not recommend for inclusions fell into three primary buckets of types of comments and feedback. And those included things that were outside the scope of the plan and its development as a project. Recommendations or comments that had a level of specificity that were more specific than the plan is intended as a high-level document, but perhaps lended themselves well as a project that is to be developed out of this plan or is separate from this plan. And then there were also a number of things that staff felt were already included in elements of the plan, perhaps in different ways or different locations. So in the City Council draft with markup, which is what everyone has available to them, all of the substantive changes are marked in red text and have a red star in the margin to help identify where those changes are more easily. It's a modified version of a red-lined markup, only because with page shifts and the sort, we felt that it was starting to get almost too messy to be able to understand, and we wanted to simplify it to make it a little more straightforward. Any smaller edits related to formatting, typos, grammar, those changes were incorporated without calling them out writ large. So I wanted to review sort of a bunch of the proposed changes that we included in the City Council draft. This isn't an all-encompassing list, but I wanted to call out some of the bigger items that would be sort of the meatier pieces to pay attention to. The first of which was that there was a request by the City Council to add language setting the sort of timeline for the vision on this project. The example, an excerpt of the text is included here on this slide as sort of a visual on what to look for in the plan, although this will only be the one place that you see this. But we decided to set this as a vision for 20 years into the future. Then there were a lot of places where staff recommended adding additional clarifying language. These included into a majority of the sections in a variety of different ways and places relating to public streets and roadways, sidewalks, paper streets, signage and wayfinding, and greening public space. There were also a lot of really helpful comments thrown out around tables and figures throughout the document. We made a lot of adjustments to certain calculations that maybe got mixed up in translation and adjusted some of the maps and titles for added clarity. We also made a large number of tweaks to the recommendations, either changing or clarifying language, either within the recommendation itself as its text, or within the details that are in the enlarged description later on in the document, just to add some clarity and make sure that there were connections drawn between the existing condition sections and also, pulling out the key points. And then one of the biggest changes that was generated between the public review draft and the City Council draft is around the project evaluation scorecard. The big pieces that were changed were a new scoring mechanism was introduced that adjusted the scores to better account for things that might have negative impacts as projects go. We added new language into all of the sections relating to the scorecard about how scores are generated for added clarity and ease of use. We also expanded the format. It was really tiny and sort of hard to read, so we expanded it from 1 page into 2 pages to give it a little space to breathe and make it a little easier to process. And then we also added, at the request of a number of council members, a project justification narrative and included a template by which staff plan to use that to add a more narrative explanation of how different scores were generated across the scoring structure. So, should the council choose to adopt this evening, staff will begin implementation of the project evaluation scorecard on new projects right away. We will need a little bit of time to sort of teach and implement it with our peers, but we are already setting up opportunities to do so across different departments. We will also return to the council for approval of any required code, regulation, and policy changes, and we will, of course, return to the council for anything that requires budgetary approval. There is also built into the proposed resolution for tonight a recommendation that we come back before the City Council in 12 months' time, in particular to review how effective the scorecard has been. That gives us enough time to work through some projects, have a body of scores that we can revisit and see if they line up with and have served the purpose that they need to serve, or if we need to make tweaks. And finally, we hope that this adoption of this plan will take the recommendations from this and have them act as direction to pursue public space improvements as a staff directive within the constraints of available budget, staffing, and identified priorities. So that's all I've got for, I know it's a really fire hose, high-level summary, but I'm happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
Great, thank you so much. Councilmember Gibson.
Less a question, but a comment. First of all, there is a whole lot of work in this document, and I want to thank you for it. two areas that I'm a little bit queasy about, which I've shared with you and somewhat with my council. But one has to do, which my colleague here will talk about, which is the use of volunteers. But I just wanted to note that the suspicion, a worry, not a suspicion, a worry that I have that a scorecard with a numerical total takes on the semblance of objectivity, a measurement. This is our public spaces, and the benefits and values of a project is not really measurable. I don't blame you, and I applaud you for trying to have a tool, but it's a crude tool, and I'm afraid, and I'm not asking that it be a lot more precise with regard to the numbers. That hopefully you'll change if it needs to change over years. The balance between one benefit factor and the other may vary. I am super glad that you included the project justification, or not project, but benefit justification rationale. I think the words are probably more important than the number. The only thing I would add, if I could ask you what to do, and that is to have a paragraph which is basically an executive summary. What were the key benefits? What were the key concerns? That's, I would like that summary, those words, which are subjective, to be clear and persuasive, as you will be bringing your evaluation to us. And so I would appreciate if you would consider that. I know that you said you would consider reviews to the plan and the scorecard after a year, but think of it, we don't want to give the idea that this is a measurable, objective process. And if you've got a little bit of subjectivity, a general executive summary of sorts would be helpful. I thank you for your good work. I'm going to support it, but I'm going to ask for changes along the way. Thank you.
And I just want to, just to clarify a point. So this is a tool that is going to be used by staff to aid in identifying and prioritizing multiple requests that may fall within the public space management plan. And that the idea is that it's a tool to allow staff to be able to prioritize and then come to council with, hey, these are the areas that we think we should focus on. I do like to remind my colleagues about our council procedures in making sure that folks understand that there's some aspects that may fall slightly outside of the role of council in terms of, administratively directing things. So while I hear Councilmember Gibson, and I know that we have some language in this resolution that says, hey, we want to hear how it's working, I don't think, and folks can correct me if I'm wrong, that the expectation is that the council would have any role in reviewing your write-ups or anything to that nature. Like, the idea is that this is a staff tool that staff will use to prioritize. You will come back to us per the resolution to let us know whether or not there are any modifications that are needed. I just want to make sure that
That's absolutely correct, Mayor.
That's correct.
Mayor, can I associate myself with what you were talking about now? Because I feel like my effusive praise at the beginning is going to sort of be on deaf ears if I don't make this statement more directly. And that, again, has to do with the implementation of some specific data points that add to an overall picture of what could be considered fair or unfair. I do not think that there is no value in a scoring system. I do not think it is fair to assume or declare that it is inherently subjective because it is the opinion of one council member. I do think that there has been a very considered and measured approach and response to these concerns over time, And I think it is manifest in the document that you have put in front of us. And so as we are just pontificating randomly about things that are associated with these issues, I did want to make sure that I pontificated that I think you guys have been exceedingly responsive to our concerns about this. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, again, Councilmember Gibson, I hear you. I understand how ranking numbers and that can often not lead to, the ability to assess quality. It's more ordinal, right? It kind of gives you some random numbers that kind of help you prioritize, but not necessarily be able to fully assess the merit of a project. And so I agree with you that the written justification would be helpful, but I do just want to make sure that everybody understands that these tools are developed for and will be used by staff as a way for them to assess. Councilmember Honzak.
Thank you. I just want to compliment you for really being open to listening to so much of the feedback and making some really substantive, I think, improvements, because it was very good to begin with. The approach was right. And I really, really appreciated the sort of behind closed doors. I don't remember if we discussed this on the dais last time. If we didn't, I want to share with the public. We council members were given the opportunity to sit in a workshop, just a couple of us at a time, and go through the scorecard with some hypothetical projects that were very realistic, and then use our individual, experience as a user, and some of us have background as well in different ways of doing things in different professions. So I really like the outcome of that. And what I want to say too, it relates to what some of my fellow council members are saying, is that, adding in, for example, the negative impacts was extremely crucial, and I'm so glad that you were open to that feedback. And I think that part of the reason that it's been done specifically the way it's been done is to make this as data-driven as possible in terms of getting the transparency that we deserve. A lot of times we get the narrative, decision made, and a little explanation that might have a little bit of this and a little bit of that depending on who's speaking. This is compelling each of the projects that we consider to go through the same process, whether or not one of the categories is more relevant than another, and then we all are working with the same set of information. And I think that's what's so important here, because numbers are only as good as how well they are defined, and you've done an excellent job in the scorecard of defining what those numbers mean and what they don't mean, because that's not stated, and then telling us with the justification on each point what category that relates to and why the number was given. So if anyone has questions about that, those are the questions they can actually ask, and then we're all working from the same script. Thank you.
Councilmember DeBala.
Yeah, thank you. I think the changes to the scorecard, did I just break my mic? I might have. Oh dear. Who's got duct tape? All right, so I'll just do this. Let me just get through this. Thank you. I don't think yeah, well, you were right, twisting works. Okay, so yeah, rewind. The justification narrative, I think, is a good add. I like the changes to the scorecard. I thought the workshop was great. The plan overall come a long way since it started, and I'm happy to support it. I had 3 points I wanted to make. Thank you for your responsiveness, because I sent in a list this morning of some changes, and so I'm going to assume those, and they were word changes in plurals and things like that I saw. And adding in a couple of things like policies that hadn't made it in yet. So I'll just comment on 2 things. One is a request for the council to support a specific additional recommendation. And the other is just a comment on one of the other recommendations. In going through it, there were 2 recommendations that tangentially mentioned volunteers, as in things that needed to be fixed in how we employ volunteers. The right of entry process and some process for public art. But the statement that we utilize volunteers, that staff has been doing that, and I would like to, this is the recommendation, I would like to encourage that to continue where it's appropriate and where it's, got a specific use. So I would like to see if the rest of the council will support adding one more recommendation, just one more to the very long list. In section 2, it would be a new 2.4 under the community engagement section. And it would be continue to engage resident volunteers from all walks of life, especially historically marginalized communities. It follows right after one of the other recommendations targeting specific communities. Continue to engage resident volunteers from all walks of life as appropriate and useful to improve on-the-ground practical maintenance of our parks and other public spaces. And then I have a detailed suggestion for not the headline, but the paragraph. But I'd like to see, how would you like to do this? By a hand vote, or do I do a motion?
I just want to make sure that everyone is.
Yeah, so it's page 67. There's a 2.3, and after that 2.3 is a could be a new 2.4 about just stating the obvious, continuing to engage resident volunteers where they're useful. We, as you're looking for your page, we already have vegetation management, park maintenance, weed pulling, invasive species, litter pickup. We have a lot going on, and I think it's good to acknowledge it. It's good to encourage that it include everybody and not just some people, and that it be coordinated, be organized. No, let me rephrase that. That the needs are, that the city staff are in the best position to identify the needed activities and to then be serving as a liaison, not to necessarily have to saddle them with the work of coordinating, but that the agreement that there is a need on the ground identified, the way the vegetation management program works now. So that's my suggestion.
Can I ask city staff if we think that that's addressed somewhere else in the document already?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I didn't see it.
Oh, sorry, I was just responding. But I think that in the context of the proposed language, we tried to make all of the recommendations sort of novel actions. And you'll see in the existing conditions section, that's where we sort of put our continue tos to recognize things that the city are already doing. I think that perhaps a place to include language to the effect is actually looking at recommendation number 2.1, which is expand strategies to engage residents.
Yeah, I thought
that have
about
faced,
sticking it in there too.
if we were to adjust that text to be expand strategies to engage residents and volunteers that have
Okay,
faced
that
barriers
works.
to inclusion, would that capture some of the purpose and
Yeah,
vision?
well, sure, as long as you also
But
think,
it's somewhat,
yeah, because then
it's not very broad.
it talks about community outreach. No, well,
Those who
rather
have
than,
faced
rather
barriers.
than fussing about the specific words right now, maybe we could just say that that looks like that would work. And or do we need to come up with the exact words?
So, one, I think that you took the words right out of my mouth because I was looking at 2.1. I'm like, I think this is already covered. And
Partially covered, yeah.
Well, I think that if you could add volunteers to that language, it says with special focus, but it doesn't eliminate. It says with special focus on historically marginalized communities by race and income, but that does not eliminate the possibility of those that are outside of that focus from being included, right? So it seems to me that 2.1, which is all about expansion of strategies to go above and beyond what we're already doing to engage residents and volunteers, to me would fit the spirit of what it is that you're requesting. So I guess I'm trying to just make sure that there isn't something that I'm missing.
So if you are assuming that community outreach efforts in 2.1 includes practical on-the-ground activities, I'm not clear that that's what you originally meant. But if you assume that, then yeah, that works just fine for me.
But I think that a strategy, this is about the strategies, and the strategy could be more volunteers in Ward 4 to plant community gardens, right? And that would imply an on-the-ground activity,
Yeah.
because that would be part of the strategy. So I guess what I'm saying is, I don't think we have to be overtly explicit in saying we want more volunteers on the ground, because as long as it's clear that that is covered elsewhere in terms of an activity that we currently have ongoing. And 2.1 is making it a little clearer that we're not just talking about people who experience barriers, but people who are also volunteers, and identifying strategies, expanding strategies to engage them. Then I think that is a pretty minimal word addition that fits the need of what it is that you may be requesting.
Yeah, and I'm not interested in a major expansion in a program here. I just wanted it to be acknowledged.
Yeah. So just want to make sure that everybody is caught up so we can move this forward. Councilmember Honzak.
Yeah, I mean, I know it seems like it's a minor change, but I very much support conceptually adding in volunteers to all city activities. However, volunteers need management and staff time. This is not a small addition, I'm sorry to say, that anybody is requesting, in my humble opinion. I would very much appreciate if you would like us to, for example, table this and have a more extensive discussion. I'm curious if this was brought up in the comments already and there was a reason that it was not included more explicitly. I just know there's a whole history here of volunteer-related issues. And I'm not trying to throw it out. I'm not trying to suggest we throw it out, but I do, to me, this is not a minor potential addition.
Yeah, well, just as a really quick reminder, this is a 20-year plan.
Yeah.
So.
And so to the, if I may, I did have it in my comments, and I was asked to bring it up to the council, so that's why I'm doing that.
Okay.
And to the point of this being a major addition, let me repeat, I'm not talking about an expansion, a dramatic expansion here. I'm talking about acknowledging what's going on right now and hoping, and two things, focusing on a broader range of residents who could potentially be involved. And also acknowledging that the staff knows the land the best and knows what things are that needs to be done. So that's why I wrote it the way I did, but I'm, again, not looking for a major expansion.
So really quickly, before we get to the next comment, for staff, can you all point to where we already mentioned volunteers in the document?
Sure. So as the council member mentioned, there are two separate recommendations. One that recommends expanding the process for right of entry, which is the approval process used for, in particular, access to parklands, often used for weed management programming, but could be used for a variety of public space actions. That's recommendation number 2.3. Oh, sorry. Recommendation number now I'm losing my 2.3 is related to art in the public right-of-way, which invites opportunities for public engagement and possible volunteer. But the right of entry comes later in the programs and permits section, 5.2.
So, and again, I'm just trying to walk us through, because if we table this well, I mean, we can just go ahead and go with the vote on the addition to move this thing forward, and have a resolution. But I do want to hear any other comments or concerns, because it seems to me like volunteers are referred, but they're referred to in very specific aspects. So either through the right of entry process or through some of the other mechanisms that we have. Now, in my brain, I'm thinking strategies is just ways to engage people more globally. But I do want to hear what others are thinking. Councilmember Small?
Thank you, Mayor. I did want to say that I do think that we have had this conversation more than once, and that one of the issues or concerns here, particularly with the language that was referenced with regard to this, was whether or not we are expanding the category of people who become volunteers or feel invested in the city versus legitimizing other groups of people to tell those minorities and poor people and whatever else important things about the city, when it is the role of the city to communicate with those people. And so I would say I am resistant to making any more explicit in this document any of these things, because I do anticipate a very strenuous and arduous fight against the notion that non-geographically determined groups should have any more authority in this municipality than geographically determined groups, including neighborhood associations. And as such, I would hate to think that the majestic work that we have here is going to be hung up by the word volunteer, when the anticipated concerns that I have about volunteers have been reflected in both the comments that I made previously and my comments about the use of data more effectively to provide a more equitable distribution of public resources. So I, as the person who made the motion, would then retort to the mayor that I am resistant to any changes to my motion to approve this document.
Okay, Councilmember DeBala?
So I like the idea of putting volunteers in 2.1. I don't feel like it has to be a separate recommendation. I'm fine with that, because then it addresses, as I read it, the comments that, the concerns that Councilmember Small just referred to, which I completely agree with.
So I just want to make sure that what is being proposed is expand strategies to engage residents and volunteers that have faced barriers to inclusion in community outreach efforts, with special focus on historically marginalized communities, including by race and income.
Okay.
Okay. So it sounds like there's a friendly amendment on the table.
Yeah, I'd accept that friendly amendment to my motion to approve this document.
Okay. All right. So, just so you know what happened.
Do we need to vote on this?
You want to vote?
I'm looking to Jesse, who always keeps me
So,
adding a word.
Yeah, why don't you just vote?
Okay.
It would be, might be better, more clear.
We just need to vote on the
Addition.
adding and volunteers.
I'm cool with that.
All right. All right. All right.
Motion.
Councilmember DeBala
Second.
makes the motion. Councilmember Small second.
Or
All
accept
those.
it or something, however it goes.
Excellent.
Friendly.
All those in favor of modifying 2.1 to include expand strategies to engage residents and volunteers, this is new language, that have faced barriers to inclusion in community outreach efforts with special focus on historically marginalized communities, including by race and income. All those in favor?
Yes.
Say
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? All right.
Okay, so thank you to staff who have been doing this already, working with volunteers, trying to expand the base, educate, and all that. It's great, thank you. Want to acknowledge that. But my second point had to do with not asking for a change in language, but just letting everyone know that the other comment I made, that I got bumped back from the staff, appropriately so, I think. It concerns natural resources inventory, which is on page 69 and 86, for those of you who want to look it up. And I continue to be concerned that this recommendation is time-consuming, expensive, and not actually helpful to the city's practical management of public spaces. It's not clear to me what you get.
This is 6.2.
6.2.
Recommendation 6.2.
Yeah. And I'm especially concerned that it's listed under property acquisition, which I personally think is not very realistic. And so I don't want to propose that it be removed. I just want to be on record as saying that I continue to not think it's a great idea. Just amusing, while everybody's having a moment to think about that, just amusing little ditty, the example y'all gave in there about the Dutchess County, so the New York State Extension. I worked on the first plan in Oswego County, first natural resources inventory that led to the book that you cite. So I do have some understanding of what it is that we're talking about here. Anyway, so that's it. I'm not.
Can you explain your, like, when you say time consuming, like, it would seem like it would just be a list, so I just, can you?
Well, doing a
I would
list,
prefer
who's gonna do the list and who's gonna do the GIS and who's gonna go out and ground truth it? If, in my opinion, if we were going to do some kind of inventory, we would first update the kinds of things that you were talking about earlier. We would second do one specifically on trees, and then we would maybe get to a broader streams, wetlands, et cetera, right?
Okay.
So I just don't, without a compelling reason,
Okay.
such
I
as
understand.
preserving the Hudson.
Thank you.
So, didn't mean to make a big deal out of either of these, but I felt like I needed to get them both on record, those 2 points.
Thank you for explaining.
Thank you for your time, everybody.
All right, Councilmember Gibson.
Just a quick follow-up to that, actually connecting your two points. One of the things that during the pandemic, that the Climate Action Coffee Group was do an inventory of all the parks in Tacoma Park, all the city-owned parks, to identify the invasive species and in erosion problems. I was a volunteer. It was included neighborhood as well as citywide folks, and that assessment, including using apps that confirm what kind of species you have, was shared then with Gina Mathias and the Sustainability Office. So it's an example of volunteers could actually do some help, and they don't displace anybody else.
Okay, all right, so what I just want to say that I am extremely, extremely, extremely grateful for all of the hard work that staff have put in for us to get to this product, which I think is very well thought out. You've listened to the community. I would have the opportunity to participate in a number of the roundtables about this project. And I distinctly remember when I came on board on council, I wanted this plan so bad. And every budget I would say, where is the plan? Where is the plan? And so for us to finally have a path forward is a true testament to the staff and all of the hard work that you've put in. And I think it's going to be a really wonderful asset in terms of guiding how we are implementing and addressing some of the huge disparities that we already have in our community in terms of access to public space. I've stressed for many years the fact that Ward 6 didn't have any city-owned parks, and the only parks you have are a couple of Montgomery County playgrounds, and so to create more environments where people can gather and commune is just so important in segments of our community that lack those amenities. And I think that this plan is going to give us a path forward to making sure that we close those gaps. So with that, I do have the pleasure.
Can we call a question?
Yes, I was just about to say that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I'm sorry.
All right, so we already have a motion on the floor to approve the resolution adopting the public space management plan as amended. And I just want to, do we do?
Voice vote is fine.
First vote is fine. Perfect. It was moved by council member Small and then seconded by Gibson? Okay. All right, so all those in favor of approving the resolution adopting the public space management plan, please say aye. Aye. Do we have any opposed? Any abstain? All right, moves forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bravo, you guys. Well done.
I feel like. Yes, we can. Let's take a break before we move into the work sessions. We're gonna break 4:10. right, we are going to reconvene and move into our work sessions. Just as a reminder for colleagues, number one, our mics are precious and require that we lift them by the base and not by the neck in order to be a good steward of our city resources. Yes.
I've been doing mine perfect.
Yeah, let's not do that.
I want to know why I have the smallest mic.
I don't know why you have the smallest mic, but just as a reminder, just everyone lift it from the base. So we're going to move into our work sessions. The first item is the development of the Balancing Act survey for community release. It will have a 10-minute presentation followed by a 20-minute discussion. I'm going to set my handy-dandy timer, and I'm going to hand over the discussion to our acting deputy city manager, Mr. Bodick.
Sure. So just good evening, everyone. So initially, this was planned to sort of come after the budget priorities resolution as just a general reminder of what this tool is and how this could be utilized this year in the budget process to have some community engagement, either at this particular phase of the process or later on in the process. And as a reminder, the city has paid for 3 modules of Balancing Act, and each module has it's a infinite license that can be used, so we can use any one of the 3 modules in any way for the next. We're in year 2 of a 3-year contract, so we could have a infinite number of more or less surveys that we could put out. So with that, with the 3 modules, as a reminder, the first is the tax receipt module. There was a presentation of that a couple of months ago. That is the module that you can input your home value, and it will calculate your taxes with a breakdown of how much of your taxes are going to each government service. We've gone back to the vendor with some of the tweaks that council had during their discussion at the prior conversation or the prior meeting, and we're just waiting for the vendor to roll those out. We're hoping within the next couple of weeks. The second module, council had an opportunity to demo with their priorities, and we did find through that demo a number of quality issues with the product that we've also reached out to the vendor to try and solve before we go live in any future release of this, specifically to the public. And then the final is the budget simulation tool. That's the sliding scale where you can sort of adjust revenue sources, you can adjust expenditure sources to come up with different sort of tax rate scenarios or balancing what might be a deficit to bring the city into, and that's primarily an educational tool. And the conversation we had a couple of months ago was about utilizing that not so much as a feedback tool, but as an educational tool. So our thought was that we would roll that out once a draft FY25 budget is finalized, as a way to better understand the budget at that time. So to the second module, the priorities module, the thought was that would probably be the best tool to receive community feedback. It's a ranked choice model with educational aspects to it. There can be many different ways that can line up the current iteration. Anyone filling out the survey can click 5 different priorities and then rank choice those priorities before submit it. And we also saw during the demo the back end data that's collected as part of that can be very, very useful. So the question is for council is how would you best like to utilize that module following the council budget priorities discussion? My thought was whatever is finalized in your in the resolution, that those priorities 8 to 10 to 12 be plugged into the budget priorities, that second module, ranked choice module, and then we'll have a release of that sometime in, if we're ready, sometime in mid-December, so that residents can provide some feedback on where their priorities are based on council priorities. So that's one option that we could pursue. The communications team and City TV has been working on sort of a script for a video, and final, once council has a final idea for what they'd like to release, we're hoping that will be a big sort of communications push, and the video will be instructional about this is what balancing act is, and here are the ways it can be used. So it's just a general orientation to the tool. So I think with that, it's a little bit, we don't know what the inputs are now, but I just wanted to make sure you're reminded of this tool. Again, we're in year 2 of a 3-year contract, $5,000 a year for the 3 modules, being funded through ARPA. So.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Bodak. One of the things that I know, I apologize for us moving the vote, the resolution on the budget priorities into a work session. And it was done in large part because, one, I know that we needed to discuss, there were some questions that were brought up regarding the different scenarios for the budget, for the actual tax rate scenarios. But more, another big piece for me was, as trying to piece everything together for the resolution, I wanted us to make sure that we had some more time to just kind of talk through what we actually wanted to put forward in terms of actual priorities. And I know that we're using the word priority loosely, but because we all kind of took slightly different approaches to identifying that wish list, so to speak. And so there were some that took a very concrete, actual, I want, I was one of those people. I want Ann Street turned into a public space with, and if I could have written it out, I would have said, with pre-made holes for tents for the farmer's market, and all of those, and benches and a playground and a whole TKPK that kids can climb on. Like, close the street off and let's just turn it into something awesome. But others maybe took a slightly different approach. So given that we're talking about the Balancing Act tool, would it be better for what you just kind of talked through, for like what level of specificity? Has the contractor given any idea in terms of the level of specificity that is ideal for engaging people using these types of tools? Like, is it enough to say some public space management plan priority or topic, or some project out of that plan is what we want to strive for? Or is it better for us to give concrete examples of what it is that we as a council would really like to see happen?
Yeah. I mean, I think the best use of the tool is one of the ones that they demoed, which they talked about there are X number of projects, and I had a dollar value associated with them. And so folks could see directly, I want to make sure this happens, and this happens, and this is going to be the impact of the tax rate. But I'm willing to submit these as priorities. I think that can be a very valuable tool for council. As we sit here now, and having not sort of done some of the feasibility and cost analysis that staff would need to do for some of the priorities that have been brought forward, we don't have that information, and we likely won't have that information until further in the budget process. Which is part of why sort of the recommendation is if you do have those concrete, more or less concrete numbers that are going to be in the resolution, not numbers, but the projects that are going to be in the resolution, that might be useful for you to hear what the community thinks and where they might rank those priorities that you have. And then later on, in budget development process, we could have that type of thing. We could have quality of life grants. This is a priority, and this is its cost. We could have this program. We don't think this should continue. This is what the cost savings would be. And other things like that could also be a ranked choice option. But again, that's something that, as we sit here now, we don't have that, sort of for a full tool, the best use of that tool, don't have that at this time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councilmember Gibson?
Yes. Andrew, we've talked, but wanted to share then, or would like ask you to share a little bit about how whether I'll back up a little bit. The Budget and Finance Working Group looked into some surveys around budget priorities and budgets, and I drafted one which I shared with you and David and the budget team. We just kind of looked at it today, and what it was aimed at was, among other things, but primarily around how to make possible, or I guess whether reductions or increases can be acceptable. The language, I'll say, one of the questions, to increase financial sustainability and balance the upcoming fiscal year budget, the city will have to consider various options for service program reductions and/or revenue increases. Please select which options below. And there's something like that. Is that something that the Balancing Act could help us with?
So, I don't want us to fit a square peg into a round hole when it comes with Balancing Act and what these modules' capability is. Again, the second module I think is the most useful for sort of receiving feedback, and it is currently in a ranked choice, selection. That's what it does. So, if you had a question, what city services do you most utilize, and you have a list of those, which ones do you utilize in order of most to least? That's something that it could ask. What another option would be is just a regular survey, a Survey Monkey or something else, and that's something that's not particularly hard to set up. There's some staff time and other time associated with both setting it up, rolling out the communications, and then compiling the data. But if that's council's will to ask those questions, I think it's very important to make sure that the questions that you ask have an appropriate amount of education behind them or explanation behind the options that you're asking. So.
Thank you. Yeah. I think that it is a choice, or we have a choice, and maybe we can do more than one survey, as you said. But frankly, given our budget restraints, what I understand them as such, I'm more concerned about how, whether people would be willing to pay more or reduce certain kinds of services versus what projects they would like to have. Both of those are important things, but we may have some hard choices, and as this council member would like to have his constituents' input on that one way or another, a Survey Monkey, or if it's something that other council members would want, then it's something we could use citywide. Thank you.
Councilmember Small.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm a little bit confused about where we are in the process of talking about the Balancing Act, because it is, in my understanding, an educational tool, and in moving forward with it, part of the educational component of it is to demonstrate the kinds of trade-offs that people are required to do. Insofar as that is true, I would just like to add my personal voice to the fact that the staff that is going to be presenting this budget and operating the mechanics of whatever it is that we put together for a budget, as a flow chart or whatever else of the upcoming things, that I wouldn't want too much more overemphasis on the churning of the boat rudders in already chopped up water, because we do need to be able to put this out to people so that they can participate in the process that you guys anticipate will benefit them. And so I guess what I would say is that I hear Councilmember Gibson's concerns, and I do think they're well heard, but I wouldn't want the council, or I wouldn't want the staff to, I guess, dawdle any further than necessary in their analysis of what would be appropriate and inappropriate.
And I think, to I think Councilmember Small's point about, the utility, right, of the tool. And just as a reminder for everyone, when we met earlier talking about what we were going to, the budget calendar, and then what we were trying to do in terms of leverage and balancing act, as well as how we could go a step further to kind of aid staff as it pertains to budget development by going a step further and being more specific and targeted in terms of what are our budget, like what are those budgetary items that we want them to start planning for now, that we could at least have a decent idea of how much things will cost, what some of the limitations are in terms of what could ultimately be incorporated into the budget early. And what we had discussed was, okay, if we're trying to do community engagement, which was something that was still a bubble topic with the calendar, that the balancing act tool could be one way that we might want to engage the community, and we could engage them through maybe having them weigh in on some of these budget priorities that we're putting forward, just as a way to kind of put it out there and a little less cumbersome than going through all of the council priorities and goals and strategies, which can kind of be unwieldy. And so the goal was to see if we can get a tighter list of wish lists of sorts from the council that they can then spec out and incorporate into ultimately what we would see in terms of the budget. I think Councilmember Honzak beat you.
Oh,
Councilmember Honzak?
Do you need?
I think I had a follow-up, but I'll defer. I'm happy to defer.
Okay. I wanted to share that when I didn't grab it by the top. When I used the tool, I found that the category, first I cold did the exercise of, my top 10 priorities using a whole array of different strategies that I thought were relatively participatory in the way that I had gathered information from my constituents. And then I put that list together to see where it landed. And then I did the exercise on the balancing act. And when I used the balancing act, I found that the lack of specificity made it really challenging. And then I didn't, dare I say, I didn't find it as useful as having done my own exercise. So what I'm thinking is that but then again, if we get too specific, we'll be comparing apples with oranges, and so for residents, and then it's not very useful for anybody. So, I'm wondering if it's helpful for someone, whether it's the council or the staff or a committee of us, to take the priorities that we submitted to you and try to put them as examples, like 3 or 4 word examples under each of the broader categories, so that the residents have something to jog their minds of what they're really looking at there. And even if they don't love everything that's under that one category, then at least we've got the buckets and people can kind of play around with those. Because to me, the benefit of the tool is primarily educational, and secondarily is a community input, because we're all going to be using different methods, and this is just one data point at this point. And the Survey Monkey might be a different thing, or there might be a different array of things that we can do to look at those trade-offs that you're talking about, I think.
Councilmember Small?
Thank you, Mayor. I think, I guess my follow-up question, or I don't know, melange of what just happened here, would be that if we are putting, it would seem to me like if we were too specific with regard to anyone's individual priorities in a hypothetical educational scenario, then you kind of deny the opportunity of, the advocacy of any given person or any given proposal of like a council member or any other person in advance of even having the discussion. I would think, my suggestion at least would be that if we know what the trade-offs were in the previous budget and or things that are aligned, like whether it be the infrastructural plan and the expenditures associated with that versus other parts of the budget, it would seem like that would basically be enough for people to be able to make those trade-offs here. I mean, we're really only talking about essentially in the budget that we're looking at, maybe three things. We're talking about the size of the police force and the costs associated with it. We're talking about what we spend on capital investments and capital improvements, and we're talking about salaries associated with the departments generally. But then in order to get to even talking about programming or what sorts of things we would want to talk about as programming, I'd refer everybody to the presentation that we had from the esteemed member of the Grants Committee, in that we don't have all that big of a slice of policy things that the city even does. And the trade-offs are these large chunks of stuff. And if you're not going to cut the number of people who are on the staff, which I don't think we should do, and you're not going to cut, like, I don't know, programs that are directly related, tied to specific staffers, we anticipate that there may even be more. Or hypothetically speaking, like what if we had a in-house counsel, instead of having to pay out the wazoo to a county or a city attorney, or some of those other things. Like, it would seem like there are some things that we could put in there that are not too far afield from the crux of the issues that we are dealing with. And I wouldn't want to do too much more that would, deny the opportunity of, like, I liked the budget process last year because I felt like me and Randy, like, we got a chance to talk and horse trade about some things and things like that. And those things are important, to across boundaries and jurisdictions and whatever. And so I wouldn't want us to unduly impact that process by overemphasizing a hypothetical educational process, I guess. Does that make sense?
No, I hear what you're saying. I mean, I think one of the things that, again, we'll talk through it later, that I realized as I was working on the resolution for our budget priorities, is that I found myself doing exactly what Councilmember Honzak noted was, okay, so one of the priorities is implement some activity that's in the public space management plan. But there was disagreement around what that should be. Like, some said Ann Street, some said Haverford, some said something related to natural resources. And so the idea is, the public space management plan, or some action associated with the public space management plan, is what is desired. But what project is ultimately funded is what's not clarified.
Yeah, no, yes, I understand. I agree with that. I guess what I'm just saying that I do want the benefit of the educational components of the tool. I do think getting some data about what people really think about, like the dichotomy between costs associated with departments, is a good idea. But I do think that those are kind of secondary data pulls from the larger construct of getting people to understand or think about potentially if we have to pivot. If the groundswell is such that, like, well, maybe we are doing too much X or too much Y, I do think we need to know those things. But I also think that the process of being collaborative about those things is important up here and would be important in the tool, I guess is all. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, I hear you.
Can
Councilmember Gibson?
Yeah, I guess I just want to say that, as Councilmember Small pointed out, there were basically 3 buckets that we looked at last year. And that was so frustrating because that's not where the money's at. I mean, that's all we had. And that's kind of why I want to do something more, because I don't want to be left with, how many miles of streets surfaced or how many car. I mean, that may be part of it, but it's just, that was such a marginal and frustrating experience that I want to open up the opportunities. And if we can do it with education at the same time, I mean, again, I'm just pushing in that direction because I don't want to end up where we ended up last year.
I understand what you're saying now. I do. I understand. I didn't quite beforehand because I didn't want to have a bunch of extra theoretical work for people to do in the process of getting to the point where we were about to do the thing.
No, yeah.
So I understand. Thanks, Randy.
Thank you.
Councilmember Fulcher?
I guess I have a couple comments and a couple questions. So my understanding was that the piece that we're looking at, the piece that you're talking about right now, was something that would be an easy reach to sort of poll the public about their taste for certain projects going into the budget for next year. And while that does not take the place of the conversations that we have up here on the dais, it was an easy, cheap reach, seeing as how we've already paid for this, as opposed to doing something like a community survey would be a lot more expensive. And so this was sort of a compromise for people that were looking for community input, this piece. But I think that, maybe there's some education to be gained by this, but I think the bigger education piece is the other part of this package, which allows people to work with the balancing of a city budget. And so I guess I'm asking my fellow council members, I don't necessarily see the education piece in this part of and so if you wouldn't mind educating me on where you're seeing the education piece in this, I would appreciate it. And then second of all, for my priorities, I know that I did it kind of backwards. I looked at which projects were most important to me, and then I looked at our priorities list and I saw where those priorities fell under. And I have to say that even when I looked at the document that was given to me, I'm not sure that the projects that I chose and the priorities that they were under in our priorities, that was reflected in the new document, that it wasn't even listed under a different priority. And so sometimes it's confusing where you might think that these specific projects fall under one priority, they actually fall underneath another priority. And granted, for instance, one of my priorities was a new RFP for the recreation center. I can think of 3 different priorities that might fall under. And so it might be confusing to the residents, as it was confusing to me, if we were to go with priorities rather than projects, where those connect. So, thank you.
No, I hear you, and I did the same thing you did. I put my wish list together, and then I went back and cross-matched it to my priorities, or the priorities that I thought they fell under. And so to your first question around the education piece, I think it for the most part, it kind of depends. If the idea is to really help residents to think through that, as Councilmember Small mentioned, those trade-offs, right? So if we're saying, hey, we only have a budget of $500,000 for new council-approved budget items, right? I know, I wish we had $500,000. So, and so here's the 5 items that the council is saying, we really want to move forward. And you all staff have already worked through, like, this is a rough estimate on how much these things are going to be in order to do them. And so what we're doing is having residents play around with line item budgeting, basically. I can get the RFP for the rec center, I can get one public space management project, but I can't get this community navigators, maybe, making it up. So that may be one way, but I think to the point that Andrew raised at the start, I'm sorry, acting deputy city manager start, is that, you know, understanding where our priorities, like where we ultimately land, will kind of set the stage for how we should think through the better way to leverage the balancing act tool.
So, and I guess my one thing I would say back to that is it seems like we would like to put this out sooner rather than later. And so I don't know how easy it is to attach numerical costs to the priorities, and if we want to wait for that, or if we would rather be able to get some public input sooner rather than later. And so that would be, you know, sort of another question for everybody on the dais. You know, is the priority to hurry up and get that information, or is the priority to spend some staff time on coming up with some values to attach to those projects?
Yeah.
It would take us, in terms of the time it would take us to kind of vet the council budget priorities. We anticipate that once we get the final list from you all, that we could have in aggregate everything to you by the time you return from recess. So January 10th-ish.
And the reality is, most people aren't paying attention to these kinds of things during the holidays. So we probably anyway would want to wait until the new year. I'm sorry, we're at time. We probably would want to wait until the new year before we roll it out anyway. Okay. Thank you so much, Acting Deputy City Manager. This has been a very useful conversation, and definitely will trickle over into our last work session, should you be awake. All right. Okay, so we're going to get to the main event. The update on the minor master plan amendments, planning board work sessions. So this discussion, it's going to be 60 minutes. And I'm setting my clock. All right, turning it over to our acting HCD Director, Mr. Cowler.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor, members of council. Ira Cowler, Acting Director, Housing and Community Development for the City of Tacoma Park. Here tonight to provide an opportunity to kind of walk through the minor master plan planning board work sessions to date. We'll get into timing in a little bit, but the hope would be that you guys have an option to pass a resolution prior to the end of the planning board work sessions on December 14th. So to move that process along, we're holding a work session tonight to start that conversation. So just real quickly, my presentation here tonight, we'll go over a few different things. We'll touch base again on just kind of the overall minor master plan process and timeline, where we are right now, what's happened in the past, what's coming in the future. Then we'll dig into your council resolution passed in September, Council Resolution 2023-33. This was your public comment on the public hearing draft of the minor master plan to the Montgomery County Planning Board. We'll then go over an overview of the planning board work sessions to date, and then we'll have a conversation, I suppose, questions and comments. So again, to start with, just a timeline of the minor master plan process. I know we've been over this a few times in all of our presentations, but I think it's always important that we kind of walk through the timeline, see where we've been, see where we go as we go through this process. So again, the minor master plan amendment process began back in April of 2021. with kind of the finalization of the scope of work between Montgomery County Planning and the City of Tacoma Park. I've put on the side here relevant resolutions that have been passed during this period. So Resolution 2021-22, kind of approving that scope for the minor master plan, letting all of us kick off that process. Process continued with existing conditions and visioning, which led to the working draft of the plan that was presented to council by Montgomery County Planning Board staff in, I believe it was probably May and June of 2023. You passed Resolution 2023-16 in June, which approved that working draft being released as the public hearing draft, which allowed for public comment and public feedback on the plan itself. In that resolution, I'll point out you asked for an extension of the public comment period. That was granted. The public comment period extended from June until the end of September. So if you recall, on September 14th, you passed Resolution 2023-33. On September 15th, the Planning Board held a public hearing on the minor master plan where residents, interested stakeholders testified. The mayor testified in person in Wheaton, and we also had a simulcast presentation here in the auditorium in Tacoma Park. Public comment period again closed at the end of September, and after public comment period, the Planning Board staff and the Planning Board compiled public comment and scheduled work sessions to delve into the public hearing draft, make edits to the public hearing draft in preparation for what is termed the Planning Board draft, which is the version of the plan that is then submitted to the County Council and the County Executive. So apologies for being a little long-winded here, but we are currently in the midst of that work session process where the Planning Board is both reviewing public comment, reviewing the plan itself, and making edits to the public hearing draft, which is the draft that we've provided comments on in anticipation of that Planning Board draft plan, which is the next iteration of the plan. We'll get into the schedule for the work sessions in a second, but just to kind of walk through future steps here. So the current timeline is that the Planning Board draft plan would be adopted in mid-December. Currently, December 14th is the scheduled work session date for the Planning Board to vote on the Planning Board draft plan. After that Planning Board draft plan is approved, that is transmitted to the County Council and the County Executive, and a whole nother public comment period opens up at that point. So the Montgomery County Council holds I believe it is a minimum 30-day public comment period that includes a public hearing, normally in the locality where the plan area is, so somewhere in Tacoma Park. That would probably occur sometime late January, early February. After that public hearing period public comment period and public hearing from the County Council, the County Council would then likely hold their own work sessions, leading towards the final version that they eventually will adopt of the minor master plan. And again, all of this is tentative, but I think we could probably guess that based on current timeline, that kind of final approval would be sometime in March, would be kind of the educated guess I would have. And just to quickly point out, obviously, the star is where we are now in the middle of the Planning Board work sessions. And I put two orange arrows here on the side as well. You know, I always point out, I think in these sessions, you are welcome to pass resolutions at any time. That is your prerogative. But kind of the two scheduled, I suppose, moments for resolutions. One is the resolution that you are considering now. If you would like, you can pass a resolution prior to the Planning Board vote to approve the Planning Board draft plan. And then you will also, if you would like, you may pass another resolution during the County Council public comment period that could be read into the record again, similar to the way that was done for the Planning Board. Perfect. Okay, so to keep us moving here, just wanted to briefly touch on Resolution 2023-33. Again, this is the public comment resolution that you provided for the Planning Board public hearing draft. was passed on September 13th, 2023. And if you recall, this resolution included 4 kind of big sections with a whole bunch of different pieces in them, but kind of the organizing factor were these 4 sections. So the first section was reaffirming a few of the points that Council had raised in Resolution 2023-16, which were a few questions that Council had raised kind of at the start of approving the public hearing draft. The second section was requesting work session topics that would address 4 subject areas with kind of several sub-bullets within each of those subject areas, but the subject areas were kind of the key main pieces of questions that Council had about the plan and revisions that Council wanted to see to the plan. So those 4 topics were 1, the potential redevelopment of the Washington Ventus site and the Flower Avenue District itself. The second was about promoting a diversity of housing in the plan area. The third topic was around public space, infrastructure, and amenities within the plan area. And the last topic was protecting existing housing affordability within the minor master plan area. In addition to those kind of 4 big topics, the resolution also had a therefore be it resolved section that had a few additional plan requests, mostly around language, formatting, including additional information within the plan itself. And then lastly, and unrelated to the planning board work sessions, but the resolution also outlined a few planned work sessions that the city council itself wanted to have to kind of learn a bit more about some of the issues that had been raised during the minor master plan process itself. So to kind of guide this discussion here, I went through the resolution itself and tried to break out some of the requests and directives that had been listed in the resolution, specifically within sections 1, 2, and 3 here. So we're putting section 4 aside since that was a city council requested for itself kind of process. So within those sections, I identified 23, I believe, kind of separate bullets that were directives or requests as part of the work session process and as part of this kind of planning board public hearing draft turning into planning board draft plan process. And those 23 requests and directives could kind of be broken into 4 big buckets of categories. So this is just kind of a helpful device for us as we walk through some of the process to date. So there were 3 bullets that were very explicit changes that were requested. So not just changes to the plan itself, but kind of ways to make changes to the plan, right? So I gave an example right here. How do the development requirements, including setbacks, building heights and step downs, lot coverage, and density of the newly proposed zoning for the Washington Ventus site impact neighboring single-family housing? The MMPA should reduce the scale, height, and apply appropriate setbacks of parcels adjoining Maplewood and Greenwood Avenues in order to preserve the character of adjacent single-family housing. So a explicit request, explicit change that was requested as part of this review process. Secondarily, there were kind of broader changes, right? And I won't belabor it, but just to kind of give an example right here, the MMPA should be more explicit about how its goal of no net loss of affordable housing and city housing goals will be met in this plan. So again, a broader change that you'd like to see, but maybe a little bit less explicit about how that change should be implemented. And then kind of secondarily to those 2 categories, you had 2 additional categories. One was what I termed plan language or format changes that were requested. So for example, provide additional documentation on something, provide additional explainers on why a decision was made, so on and so forth. And then the last topic here was kind of research questions, right? Bullets that didn't necessarily direct changes in the plan, but that asked questions about either how a decision was made or other things that might impact the plan itself. So here you see what are the best comparable jurisdictions with regards to housing density, et cetera. So this is a structure for us to kind of go through this process. People might break down these directives in different ways than I did, and certainly that's welcome. But I thought it was helpful to kind of just help us as we talk through how the bullets have been responded to date. All right, so a few quick words on how the planning board work sessions actually work. And again, I'll emphasize, this is not a city process. This is not a city staff process. This is a planning board and planning board staff process. So it's not a process we have any influence over, but just kind of want to walk through our understanding of the process and how it's worked to date. So as you see here, there are 6 either already held or scheduled work sessions for the minor master plan. And the planning board has been approaching the plan kind of sequentially for the most part. So began in October with a review of chapters 1, 2, and a portion of chapter 3. November 2nd continued with more review of chapter 3. November 9th had a bit of a side work session on the historic preservation recommendations. And then last week continued going chronologically through the plan, completing chapter 3, and going into the district recommendations. And then the plan currently on November 30th is to kind of complete the work session reviews by focusing on the last district recommendations for the Flower Avenue district and the implementation chapter as well. Again, kind of the way these work sessions work, planning board reviews the public hearing draft in order, and planning board staff present a summary of the chapter to the board, take questions and comments, and in each chapter, planning staff will present relevant public comment or a relevant portion of the resolution, City Council's resolution, and solicit changes from the board itself. Those changes are kind of often indicated verbally during the work sessions, and then at the subsequent work session, planning board staff will review the proposed changes from the prior work session, get the planning board's okay, and move forward. And so that's how those changes are memorialized to the document. So just real quickly, what that means, obviously, is that to date, we'll get into this a little bit later, but obviously none of the recommendations specifically around the Flower Avenue district have been addressed yet, because that work session will be happening tomorrow. And also a lot of the changes that were made and recommendations that were accounted for around Helsing specifically, since last session was both the plan-wide Helsing recommendations as well as the Maple Avenue district recommendations. Suggested changes were made at the last work session, but we will again see tomorrow kind of the final implementation version of those changes, right? So there were a few kind of verbal back and forths last week that'll have to be memorialized during the work session this week. Okay, so we can go into this in as much detail as possible. I have kind of gone through each of the chapters and pulled each instance of the work session referencing a portion of the council's resolution. And I've summarized here both kind of within, again, my categorization, what type of request or directive that was, as well as what the response was. So, real quickly, and I think I heard this from a few council members throughout the process, the first work session especially, and the second work session as well, which since the planning board was going chronologically through the plan, kind of addressed some of the big summary chapters of the plan, right? Didn't really get into too many of the recommendations of the plan. We didn't see a ton of, I'll say, changes in those areas, right? A lot of the changes that you requested that related to chapters 1 and 2 were kind of those language and format changes, or even some of those research questions, right? And so, where possible, the board seemed to be willing to add some clarifying language for some of those language and format changes, but there certainly were some requests that were made that the board feedback was that they either, might have felt that the plan already adequately addressed whatever the request was, or that whatever the request was kind of not appropriate for the planning portion of a process, and tried to explain where in the process that was. So, a good example of that is one of the first requests was continuing community engagement throughout the planning review process. And the board's response at the time was, no explicit changes to the plan, that the kind of engagement process for a plan is, legally allowed, legally outlined, and the plan kind of outlines what that process is. But one example of a language or format change that was made was there was a request for additional information on race equity impacts and how they were developed. And the planning board said, it's great, let's add some additional information, some clarifying language around the equity work within the plan. So I really don't, we can come back to these as we have the conversation. I don't want to belabor kind of going through each and every one of these, but they are here for us all to review and on the website as well in the presentation itself. Chapter 2, a renewed vision. This again is kind of a summary chapter, and there was no relevant resolution language, so a pretty simple one there. And then in chapter 3, we start getting into kind of the plan-wide recommendations. And I just want to point out kind of a few kind of key things, a few key changes that are being recommended in the plan so far as it relates to this chapter. One you see here, there were a few plan recommendations around assessing the impact of increasing residential units and retail on public services. And this also related to a resolution language that you see at the top here around improvements in multimodal transportation. And one thing that the plan, one of the clarifying languages, kind of clarifying changes that was recommended to be added was more maps on off-street trails, on pedestrian trails, kind of a better understanding of what that multimodal transit existing conditions look like within the area. So addressing kind of a few of those language and format change requested by City Council. One of the big changes that was also made during the plan-wide recommendations, City Council's resolution had several requests around green cover, and one of them was related to how the city has a tree canopy coverage goal throughout the city, citywide, of 60%. It's an aspirational goal, but it's one of the goals that we've laid out as a city. And the plan, I believe, originally had a 35% cover requirement. So the planning board did recommend that for the plan area be increased to 60% to meet the city's goal as well. So that's one big change that we've seen in the plan around green cover. I'm just gonna keep running through here and we can maybe do questions afterwards if that's okay. The last work session, again, got into the plan-wide recommendations around housing. And here's where we saw some of the big, I think both some of the most explicit requests from council to date within the resolution, as well as some of kind of the biggest changes to the plan to strengthen protections for affordable housing, protections for no net loss, protections for resident displacement, some of kind of the bigger concerns that were voiced both in the council resolution as well as in our various community discussions during the public comment period. So there were a lot of resolution points that were referenced because, again, it was an important piece in the resolution, but I just wanted to kind of call out a few of the big responses that were proposed and big changes that were proposed. So one was, where possible, the edits to the plan are recommending strengthening MPDU requirements. So the county actually legally can't extend MPDU requirements on private property further than, I believe it's 15%. So the plan acknowledges that we can't go further than that, obviously, but it is strengthening MPDU requirements on public property, I believe, as well as kind of getting to that 15% on private property as well. So you see here strengthening MPDU requirements and also breaking down those MPDU requirements so that at least where it can be expanded, you actually have a portion of those MPDUs that are reserved for very low income, sub 50 AMI residents as well. So 15% for sub 70% AMI and 15% for sub 50 AMI.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
And some of the other big changes that came last week were some very strong strengthening around kind of the no net loss of affordable housing requirements. So, again, based on the process, we, I think, have to kind of see how this final language fully plays out during the work session tomorrow. But the recommendation was to basically be as explicit as possible and go as far as a plan allows to kind of protect that no net loss of affordability, as well as allowing, and again, going in my consideration, as far as a plan allows, to allow for and reserve for that right to return for any potential displaced residents. So that's within the recommendation language around no net loss. I know there was some concern within the council resolution language about could that language be strengthened, and so that language has been strengthened within the updated draft of the plan, as well as adding an additional call out around what no net loss means and what development review and the development process can do to influence no net loss. Chapter 4.1, another easy one. This is the municipal district. Our resolution didn't speak to this, and so no relevant resolution language there. But then we get into another big one, which is the Maple Avenue district, where again we had a lot of language around housing in general, both preserving affordable housing as well as creating infill development opportunities on sites. So there are kind of two big pieces I wanted to call out here that were in the kind of edits and discussion that happened at the last work session. One is kind of at the end of this fairly lengthy resolution language here, the last sentence, given the trade-offs between commercial and housing development, consider alternatives to the proposed 100% commercial FAR to promote increased housing creation. So this was discussed at, again, the last planning board work session, and the question was raised, and I think it's the question that's kind of gotten at in this resolution is, currently the proposed zoning is, for much of the Maple Avenue district, is CRT 2.5 with a balanced C 2.5, R 2.5. And so there's discussion around, on the basis of this resolution language, on the basis of other public comment, should those numbers be adjusted, right, in order to preserve the residential character, in order to preserve kind of the nature of Maple Avenue as is. And again, we'll have to kind of fully see how that plays out during the updates at tomorrow's work session, but it seemed like kind of the way the board was comfortable with addressing that was not necessarily touching the FAR numbers themselves within the zoning, but adding to those development requirements, adding qualitative language around how any development would have to address kind of the primarily residential nature of Maple Avenue itself. So this is, we can get into this more in a little bit, but this kind of speaks to the development review kind of summary we got last week as well, right? So that language would then come into play when a developer comes in with a site plan for a proposal. Their proposal would have to adhere to the minor master plan itself and to not just the zoning requirements, but also the recommendations and the language within it. So that's one big piece. And the other big piece that personally I thought was very interesting to look at was planning board staff took the proposed new densities and actually took a few sites on Maple Avenue and kind of mocked up, did some very kind of preliminary building massing for what infill development could look like on those sites. So if you went to the highest possible density under the proposed minor master plan, what would it look like on some sites? And what they pointed out was that you would primarily you could get really great infill development opportunities on some of those sites. So I think the examples they used were the Tacoma Phoenix condominiums, where you could add, I'm sorry, I don't have all my notes easily accessible, but over 100 units without touching the existing building, just by adding a new building on the parking lot. Same experience on Maple View. And then I believe it was the Franklin Apartments where they demonstrated that you could actually build an entirely new building that would fit all of the existing residents on the parking lot of the Franklin, and potentially then do something with the site itself. And the one property that they did point out that kind of the existing density doesn't add too much, right? That really, with the existing density, the only kind of reasonable thing would be a demolition was Essex House. And we've talked a little bit about the other protections that are there, but happy to dig into that a little bit more as well. But again, I think that those drawings and diagrams were personally really helpful to kind of see the impacts of potential density and see what they would allow in terms of new unit creation, new MPDU creation, and so on. And then the last two pieces I'll point out about the discussion last week. One is the other kind of proposed addition was a housing resource tool. So adding information about both existing incentives, useful new incentives that could be created to support both existing and future housing within the district. And then the last piece was there was a request or a directive within the resolution around looking at greater activation of the green space neighboring Essex House. And there were no changes recommended there, primarily due to kind of the floodplain limitations on that site. So there's a presentation by Parks and Planning staff that, basically you can't, because it is a floodplain, you can't put any permanent structures on that space. So the discussion centered around, and again, this is another item where I'm curious to see where the discussion leads tomorrow, but around kind of what additional studies and additional recommendations can you make for maybe non-permanent structure activation of that site. All right, so, and I apologize, I believe I have an updated PowerPoint with an updated version of this, this chart here, but we can use this one for the moment for the purposes of our discussion here. So just a brief summary, I think broadly speaking from a staff perspective, we've really appreciated the kind of seriousness and care with which the board has approached your resolution. And the example of that from our perspective is that, staff and the board have pointed out every applicable resolution language, and they've worked through the plan itself and have multiple times kind of identified the city as a really important stakeholder, and multiple times, I've noticed board members themselves kind of pushing back on planning board staff and saying, hey, do we think this really addresses council's resolution? Do we feel like we're getting there? And so, of the resolution, and again, this is my personal math here, but of the 16 resolution items that were referenced to date, 11 of those have led to changes in the plan. And actually, I'm going to correct myself there in my updated slides, but it's actually 18 referenced items and 13 have led to changes in the plan. And I just really want to point out here that, again, because we're not at the end of the work sessions, there's still a lot of items to be addressed, most specifically around the Flower Avenue District, where the majority, all of council's resolutions, explicit changes were. That topic has not happened in the work sessions. That will happen tomorrow. So, we still don't know the resolution of some of those, but those were your most explicit recommendations around kind of those setbacks for the Flower Avenue District, around open space requirements within the Flower Avenue District, around public space within the Flower Avenue District. Where possible, boards made revisions to address key concerns. I highlighted a few of these already, but I do just want to kind of highlight again some of the affordable housing protections that were recommended to be added last week. Again, I think those have been significantly strengthened within the edits of the plan. And when changes were not made within my summary here, those were often kind of language and format changes, and especially research questions, right? And the resolution changes that were not addressed mostly were due either because in certain instances the board felt that the plan already included the appropriate language, but a lot of times it was because the requested change was deemed inappropriate for the master plan phase of a process. It would be addressed at a later portion of the development process. So, especially a lot of the requests within this additional plan requests, those were kind of the responses we heard, right? So climate assessments, traffic studies, those kinds of things. The board was really clear, this is a minor master plan. There's only certain things that can happen within this process. Those are things that happen elsewhere within the process. All right, so just to kind of hopefully wrap up here. So just again, to remind everyone of next steps here, we're kind of a little bit of a tight time frame, which is why we're here right now to kind of start this conversation. There is still the final planning board work session tomorrow evening. And as always, encourage everyone to listen, to digest that session. And I'm sorry, I said tomorrow evening. It's tomorrow morning. Thank you, Councilmember Gibson. I believe it's at the end of the 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. slot. So if I had to guess, probably around noonish, probably a little bit later. And those are all obviously also available, not just live, but via video afterwards. So during that final work session, again, they'll be digging into the Flower Avenue district, digging into the implementation section of the plan, as well as reviewing some of the proposed Helsing and Maple Avenue district changes that were discussed last week. So definitely going to be an important moment and, you know, something we don't have information about right now. The other really, really important thing I want to emphasize, you've heard city staff's analysis of these work sessions to date. The really important thing is you will be getting, after that work session tomorrow, you will be getting a memo from planning board staff themselves explicitly outlining and walking through how the work sessions have addressed each and every one of your resolution points. So you have seen my secondhand summary here. You will get a direct from the horse's mouth answer from planning board staff of how they addressed each and every issue, not just how it was addressed within the discussion, but if the discussion, for example, said, you know, we feel this is addressed elsewhere in the plan, we've asked them, if they can in that memo, to kind of point where else in the plan they feel it's been addressed, so you can really follow along and track that. So really want to be important that is going to be a really important document you're going to see here, and is hopefully going to be far more valuable than kind of my summary here in understanding the planning board's reactions to your resolution. On the 13th, the hope is that if you'd like, you will have a voting session on the planning board work sessions. There's a draft of the resolution that I believe was posted with the work session here today. And that is then on the 14th is the scheduled planning board meeting where they will take a vote to advance the planning board draft again to the county council, county executive. And then, as we've talked about, that opens up the next round of public comment and public hearing at the county council level. As always, want to direct folks to the website where we post not just all of our information, but we have been posting the planning board work session videos as well, and agendas as well, for folks to look at. And again, always encourage folks to reach out if they have any questions or want to understand the process a little bit more. All right. And I will pause there and, happy to answer any questions both about process or about the discussions to date.
Director Cowler, before we take questions, can you just confirm for the public that the draft resolution was drafted by staff and not council?
Correct, yes. It's drafted by staff, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, well, there's a lot of lights, but I do also just want to remind my colleagues, thank you so much to Acting Director Keller and the HCD staff. I know that they've been watching lots of tapes and really trying to analyze, and I also had tons of conversations with staff planning staff to try to at least get a better handle on the process. So I appreciate all of the hard work that you all have put in. Also, just as a reminder, I know that we've heard some feedback regarding the fact that there was a draft resolution, as Acting City Manager Eubanks mentioned, that was drafted by staff. However, because of the timelines that we have, it's a lot easier for us to have something on paper that people can start editing now, so that we can, once we get that memo from the planning staff, we would be in a better place to kind of have some abilities to put pen to paper quickly on the resolution or to follow up questions and the like. So one other thing, just as a reminder for folks before we jump into the questions, I have added a work session for next week that will also give us not just one meeting, but we will actually have, the work session next week and then another before we actually vote. So yes, it'll be after the meeting with D20.
That's on what day?
That's on Wednesday.
Wednesday evening, okay.
Mm-hmm. I have a general question. again, just to kind of make sure that we're able to give ourselves a little bit of time to be able to digest, discuss, and make sure that we're all on the same page in terms of our final, our vote on the planning board's proposed approach to the minor master plan. So with that, I'm going to go in order of the lights. Councilmember Siemens.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Cowler, for the presentation tonight, the informative presentation. A lot of time has passed since I last spoke about this subject. It's been at least 2 hours.
It was so cold
And,
again. Really cold.
you know, I was, first of all, very thankful for the amount of feedback that we've gotten from the community on, you know, expressing their concerns with the plan that's being developed. But it's been very helpful also to hear, you know, some of the actions that have been taken because we've relayed those concerns to the planning board. You know, my number one concern, which I started to speak about earlier, was the amount of commercial that was allowed by right with the zoning code that was being tagged on to many of the properties along Maple Avenue, that the zoning designation would allow developer to develop a fully commercial building up to 15 stories tall. And that certainly does not conform with the residential character of this neighborhood and is not at all what I think anyone desires at this point in time. My concern has been that by having that zoning code, it gives the property owner the right to build a commercial building such as that, and that although some people have said, well, they wouldn't do that because you know, they wouldn't do it, they may not do it today, but they might think that 10 years from now it's a good idea. So I think we need to protect that over the long haul. It was interesting to hear your presentation on some of the kind of sidebar comments that are in the plan that are aimed to restrict that. I look forward to learning more about that before next week when we vote on the plan itself. My second concern was affordability of the units. And although you again mentioned some caveats that were put in the plan surrounding affordability, some of the feedback that I've gotten from what went on at the planning board is that a question about you know, how could we maintain that level of affordability given that Tacoma Park has had rent stabilization and in fact has far exceeded the amount of affordable housing in Tacoma Park than exceeded what Montgomery as a whole has done. And I think there's rightful skepticism that if we just adopt the affordable housing restrictions that the county has, that we would maintain the same level of affordability. And so my question is, and maybe it's next week that you answer it, is you know, what you know, can the city impose the affordability restrictions beyond what's in the master plan? And you know, where does a property owner you know, do they gain rights over what the city imposes? And so I guess to put it in local terms, you know, can we not still require rent stabilization for any new buildings that are put up? And a related issue around that is that if we say we will relieve property owners from participating in rent stabilization for 5 years. Residents who are currently living on that property would have 5 years of not being able to live on that property, which doesn't maintain their housing. So I think that's a real issue that we need to address before I would be ready to vote for, acceptance of the master plan. And that relates to my final concern, which is displacement. I'm not sure I heard you address that within any of these little sidebars that the planning board has put into the document or is considering putting in the document. And I think that's, again, one of the major concerns of people in the community, not just those who live in that housing, but those who are concerned that we do not abuse those who are less fortunate than us.
Yeah, thank you so much, Councilor. I'd love a chance to just respond real quickly to one piece of
I'm prepared.
Wonderful. Yeah, so I wanted to just touch on the rent stabilization piece really quickly, because I think that discussion during the work session last week was actually pretty instructive for me about kind of both the possibilities of a plan, but also the limitations and restrictions of the planning process itself, right? So rent stabilization one is a great example because it's one that we as a city have direct control over, right? And at the end of the day, a master plan can say whatever it wants to say. It is up to the authorizing jurisdiction to actually implement said changes, right? So a master plan could say, please don't take this out of context, but a master plan could say, hey, get rid of all of rent stabilization in Tacoma Park. It's terrible, blah, blah, blah. You'd still have to pass an ordinance to do that. You'd still have to decide to do that, right? So just because it's in a plan doesn't mean it's something that is happening, has to happen, right? The plan is the plan. There's other portions of the process. So, so yeah, I think as far as rent stabilization goes, rent stabilization is a city policy. It is city ordinance, city code. It is up to us to decide what that looks like and how it is implemented both within the plan area as well as within the city as a whole. To touch just briefly on kind of the displacement piece, I think that the conversation at the planning board work session last week around displacement was really centered around that no net loss conversation. Mm-hmm. So what the planning board's recommendation was to kind of strengthen the no net loss language to say that any sort of new development would have no net loss of affordable housing. So what that would mean in practice is that when a project is going through development review, going through site plan review, that site plan review would look at existing conditions, existing affordability on the site, and proposed future use of the site, and would have to ensure that whatever that future use is has at a minimum the same level of affordability as that existing policy. Again, within the limitations of what a plan and development review can do, but that is kind of the stronger language that was proposed to add to.
Say that again, the stronger language.
Sure, so the language was that, excuse me, I'm gonna lose myself again, but that kind of the plan would recommend that within the Maple Avenue District, there'd be no net loss of affordability.
Right. All right. Mm-hmm. And, sorry, I'm jumping in.
Yep, and were there any other responses, or Councilmember Siemens, did you have any follow-ups, given that these were your questions?
And then the commercial piece.
Mm. Yeah, I won't speak for planning board or kind of their recommendations there. I think it's, what I would maybe say is, this is an iterative process, right? And so you all have done a great job within your resolution of kind of laying out the core priorities for you. And the question before you now is both how well have those priorities been addressed to date? What needs to happen within the next stage to ensure that they're addressed as well as you move forward, right? So, yeah, it seems like that was a kind of request that the planning board is at least currently considering addressing in a different way than the way that you guys had laid out. though kind of the discussion was around addressing that issue. So I think it's up to y'all to kind of weigh how well they've addressed it in your minds.
And I guess the underlying question that I have is, how effective are these little sidebars in the plan as compared to the zoning code itself, which again, as I say, gives rights to the property owner, and anything more restrictive than the zoning code could be grounds for the government taking from the owner.
Sure, yeah, so I think it's a great question, and certainly a change to the underlying zoning would be kind of the strongest type of condition you could put on a property. But the recommendations outlined within the plan are what come into play when a property goes through that development review process that we heard about last week. So to just give you a real life example that I experienced and we all tangentially experienced last year, the Tacoma Park Recreation Center site. When we released that RFP, you have a site that has, I forget now, but CRT something, height, whatever it is, right? But within the sector plan, that site also has a recommendation that to the greatest extent possible, the forested area of that site is preserved, right? So what that meant was that when we were soliciting bids, or when we were soliciting responses, those responses a by right response didn't just have to abide by the zoning, it had to abide by those development review sector plan recommendations as well, right? So.
And I would just close with suggesting to my colleagues that rights are much different than recommendations.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilmember Small.
Thank you, Mayor. And I guess I have two sets of things, so I'll try to be as brief as I can. The first thing that I would like to have the staff that is available speak to, and I'm assuming that is also Roz to some degree, is when you say that you feel that they have been responsive, if in your professional opinions, because we have invested our trust in you as the professionals that you are in the subject matter areas, if you feel comfortable with where this process currently is, and if you think they are being truly and adequately, I guess, responsive to the concerns that we articulated. And I think that is I really do want kind of an honest-ish answer from you guys about this, not because I'm trying to put you on the spot, but because to me, I will continue to think there have been some material obfuscations and whatever else about the zoning process that have affected our ability to talk about some of these things. I think what I would do for this part, and then I'll get to the second part, if you could go back to the slides where you were going through the things. All right. Not the Essex House one. All right, this one, the fill-in, and then if you go back two more, I think. All right, so here's the issue. That slide talking about the expansion of in the Maple Avenue district and using underutilized portions of parcels. The same time as there's another part that talks about the prospect of expanding the commercial areas in those same things. And so to me, it seems like there are portions of this document would therefore seem to be at cross purposes with one another as the regulations are being established or laid out. And so because
you guys are the people who will be operating, at least in the near term, with the staff of the planning board and everyone else. I would like to hear what those things are. And I would say that because substantively, just from talking about Maple alone, if you expanded the overall amount of affordable housing on Maple Avenue, let's say, then there's no way you're not putting a bunch of more kids in that school or those two schools. And regardless of the historical accident of the top school being the white people's school and the bottom school being the black people's school, historically, at this point, we're talking about a concentration of people into a school district where there's already currently like 11 of each grade. And so, given the fact that there are other components of the county that have direct import and control over component parts of this that have been largely absent from their relative processes as applied to this. Like, we didn't even make the list for the school upgrades and things. And so there's some juxtapositions here about how the county approaches us that I would like to hear you guys speak to, particularly since it seems to be a priority for the staff to recognize that they have these professional relationships with these people and whatever, and I don't want them to be paying lip service to you guys when we have real issues that are both on the horizon and omnipresent, and whether or not those things are important. Secondarily, I'd like to switch to the Flower Avenue Adventist components of this. I do think it is very important that as we continue to discuss those areas, that we do consider that there are potentially ways to address the fact that we have heard the constituents on the issues of design and size at the same time as we are attempting to acknowledge the realities and opportunities afforded through density and diversity. And so I would strenuously recommend that we consider somewhere along the way maintaining a specific height that is no bigger than what's already at the hospital site, and considering some of those things as we move forward in that particular area. And I think that is a reasonable assessment of how to deal with the fact that there are a lot of component factors here, including moving on as a community, that we could do if we are conscientious about the use of that site, including our relationship with the current owners or partners that are going to be there. And so I'd like to make sure that we are getting the most bang for our buck from this process at this particular time, so that we can facilitate beautiful and innovative and thoughtful and community-oriented things to happen in this place in the future. So if you could kind of speak to both of those things. The first one, Roz, you're not gonna get out of it, you gotta come up here and give me your thoughts. And then the other one is just some stuff to take with you for tomorrow, I guess.
Sure, appreciate the questions, and I think, the challenge of presenting tonight is that kind of the two big buckets that you raised questions about, so Flower Avenue and what I'll broadly describe as kind of this public space infrastructure and amenities kind of topic, are the two big ones that haven't been touched by the work sessions yet to a large degree, right? So, I think a lot of that is going to be kind of wait and see here for the moment, right? But it's part of why we're having the discussion tonight to kind of start that. So, I'll kind of reserve judgment on how those pieces play out until we see that. I think to kind of the first part of your question, again, I am very confident saying that I think that the planning board and planning board staff have taken both your role in this process and let me start with your role in this process very seriously, and view you as an important stakeholder, not just in the passage of this plan, but the ultimate success of the recommendations of this plan, right? There are, like we said, a lot of stakeholders at play here, but the city is the most important partner in making sure that, you know, the recommendations are successful and that the plan is successful. And yeah, I feel very confident in saying that they have taken that very seriously. The way that you have expressed your input on the plan is through this resolution. And they have, again, to my estimation, tried to look at the resolution, parse the resolution, and address the resolution to the degree that they can, both within the work sessions themselves and within the plan itself. So yeah, from a professional standpoint, you know, I'm very appreciative of what they've done. Are we going to get everything that we asked for at this stage in the process? No, right? But can we ask
Well,
that
'cause some of
everything's
the
been
things that we asked
taken
for aren't
seriously?
in this stage of the process, so there's some of that. But I guess you were well heard, Ira. I would also like for the other person to say similar things to me and/or on the record.
Councilmember Small,
That's
just so that everyone is aware of the time check, we are now down to a minute, and I have 1, 2, 3, 4 lights.
I'm really sorry.
sure
She
Roz
got up.
didn't
It looks like she believes in it, so that's
Yeah,
okay.
no,
We can
Roz,
move
you
on.
stood up. You can come on down, but I am going to extend this discussion so that others will have time. But I'm going to have
That's
to
cool.
we're going to have to move on.
No, that's cool with me. I just want to make sure.
I was just going to very quickly respond to the question about schools. I think we all share confusion and frustration over that. And part of it is because the school analysis really, it happens broadly now, but it happens specifically at the development review stage when a project is proposed and they do an adequate the county planning staff does an adequate public facilities analysis, and they look through it. And they look at what's in the pipeline. Tacoma Park hasn't had anything in the pipeline. We don't have a pipeline, much less anything in it. And so I think that our attempts to get the school facilities director here about a month ago didn't succeed because the CIP budget was getting launched and they didn't feel like they could talk about it in that interim period. We have tried again. We don't yet have a date set, but I know that that's something we want to get responding to. So sorry to take too much time.
Yeah. No, that's fine. And I do want to touch on the schools because, you know, again, we did testify. I do need to triple check to see if anyone like actually put us in, but it was this very circular process in which and in conversations that I was able to have with Artie Harris to just kind of get a firm understanding of what is that process. And the school board had the opportunity to weigh in on provide public comments on our plan, on our minor master plan, to stress that they wanted some aspect of a school incorporated, but that didn't happen. So it is this really circular thing where the CIP decision was being based on our plan, but MCPS never weighed in on our plan to say, we want you, planning board or staff, to make sure that there's increased capacity for schools considered as part of this plan. So it became this really circular issue that I think we're going to have to, not I think, I know, it's going to have to be addressed, particularly when we get to the county level of the process, if we're able to move this thing forward, and then it goes to the county council, and then this is where those kinds of things are brought up, because the county council is the entity that ultimately is responsible for approving aspects of the MCPS's CIP. So, thanks.
I just wanted to build off of that piece very quickly and say, I think that the schools question, in a lot of ways, is similar to that rent stabilization piece that we raised earlier, where at the end of the day, the plan can say whatever it wants to say about schools, and we can ask it to say whatever we want. MCPS is the acting party, right? And they're the ones who have the ultimate decision over that. And so, to your point about it being very circular and needing them to weigh in, you know, I think that's well acknowledged.
Yeah. Councilmember Honzak?
All right, I'll try not to talk on too long. On the schools quickly though, because
I feel very passionately about the schools, as the mayor knows, and you know, Acting Director Cowler. But I do have very strong concerns, like extremely strong concerns, that this just hasn't been met and it has serious long-term consequences for the city. I know that I already asked you this question point blank off the dais. Does the zoning on the hospital site, by increasing the density on that site, increase the value in such a way that it becomes almost preventive for any potential purchase by the school district of the property? And I won't share your answer. You can answer that now if you want to. You could re-answer it, but that is a concern that I continue to have. And if you want to answer that in a second, you can. I want to get to a different point. I would appreciate you speaking about Essex House, because they gave this scenario, and frankly speaking, it is different than the scenario outcome is actually quite different than the talking points that I was previously, I don't know if I just got it wrong or what, but that it was unlikely. I was previously told by different folks who I trusted that it was unlikely that Essex House would be torn down as a result of this planning and zoning. Now this, because it was not very different than the existing, and it's a LIHTC building. So I actually feel really ashamed, honestly, that is not the scenario that was put forward, because I misled Essex House residents if in fact this is a likely scenario as a result of this. And so please speak to that with honesty. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I'd be happy to. Thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, I do not view that as a likely scenario. So what was presented at that last work session were strictly based on zoning density, what could be built on these sites. It took into consideration none of the other factors that we've kind of talked about when we've talked about the housing market, not just on Maple, but throughout the city, throughout this process, right? And one of the important pieces of that is how deed-restricted affordable housing works, right? So Essex House in particular is owned by a nonprofit affordable housing provider. They have not just federally subsidized funding to provide affordable housing, but that funding comes with a deed restriction, a covenant on the property. And those covenants have very long periods and are renewed when funding cycles expire and a property needs new funding to continue to operate. So, what was presented was from a zoning perspective, the highest possible density that could be built on any of these sites. It was not what is actually feasible based on other conditions in the market, right? It was strictly just looking at zoning, not all the other pieces of, what it takes to build a building or not build a building into consideration.
Can I just follow up though? I mean, because I want to get back to this, rights are different than recommendations statement that my colleague made.
Mm-hmm.
And I also took, the point is well taken about the deed restricted covenants. In fact, that is the premise of the suppositions that we made. But if that is totally true, which I'm not saying it's not, but then why would they bother with that particular scenario versus any number of more realistic scenarios that they could have put forward as an example? I mean, I know you can't speak for what they were thinking when they did that, but can you share, is it something that could possibly happen? I think the deed restricted covenant as it currently stands on Essex, I'm not looking at my chart, but I want to say 2035 is when the next 25-year marker, I think, comes along of the 50 years. I mean, is that a point in time at which something like that, in theory, could happen in a remote scenario?
So I certainly won't speak for why they put together
Sure.
those drawings. What I will say is my understanding of how those drawings worked, and the reason that the drawing did not show an infill development opportunity on Essex House like it did on some of the other sites, was that while Essex House might not have the highest amount of units that you could fit there, the square footage of that site as existing is such that you couldn't really, with the new density, put a new building while keeping that old building there, right? So that if you wanted to add new units to the site, again, that's the starting premise. If you wanted to add new units to the site, the only way you could do that on that site with the proposed zoning is by there's no infill opportunities there based on their analysis.
Totally understand that point. And I'm sorry, I have to dig in on this because I just really, I mean, these are my constituents, 185 units. Is whatever the year of the 25 marker on the deed restricted covenant, is that a point in time at which a building such as this one could, in theory, be bought out by a different party who did in fact want to tear it down and build a new building? Or would they actually have to wait until the end of the 50 years? I'm not clear on how that works.
Sure. So the covenant is the 50-year covenant. So that is the period that an affordable housing covenant exists on the property. So the 25-year period is a reporting period, and the 50-year period is the covenant period. So the covenant stays with the property all 50 years.
Thank you for letting me dig in on that. I'm going to pass it to my colleagues.
So I do want to pick up on the Essex House point, because I think that, to your point around the zoning, the max zoning would require that there's really no room for infill development at that parcel. And one of the things that I know we had heard from the property management, and we've discussed, like, they had even said at Essex House, in what world will we tear down a building to build 2 floors, right? It doesn't make mathematical sense. And so if there is no room at that lot in particular for infill development, unless there's a complete tear down, and then you have to deal with all of the other things that you need to deal with in order to build the necessary financial portfolio to rebuild to the max density that would allow you to actually turn some sort of profit. And oh, by the by, even if your market rate, you're only exempt in Tacoma Park for 5 years, you still got to make that math work. The likelihood of something like that, in addition to the deed restriction, I mean, in my mind, I think that's Councilmember Honzak, well, you might have heard, enterprise folks and everyone saying, like, that's just, it doesn't make mathematical sense unless there are a bunch of other factors, external factors that come into play. The monopoly man comes down Maple Avenue, he's just spreading around money in order to make something like that happen. It should be the rec center. But something like that happen would be not likely. And I guess in my mind, I'm taking that difficulty with infill development, and some people may completely disagree. I consider that a little bit more of a protection, because if it is really difficult to do a lot of infill development and you have all of these other factors at play, then that's not a real appealing property to do much with from an external perspective. And I don't know if I'm just doing a lot of hypothetical speculating, but.
I would just point out, if you go back and listen to the last work session, there was a lot of, not in the recommendations, but in kind of the planning board's discussion, a lot of discussion about financing multifamily housing projects. And I think it was a very instructive discussion in terms of the discussion we're having tonight about, how do you finance these projects, and what financially makes sense, and what other incentives do you need to bring to the table in order to actually be able to do something. And so, I know we've dug into this a lot over the months here, and we've released a lot of memos kind of both about the state of housing in the area, as well as, the restrictions that exist there. And so don't maybe want to spend too much time while we've got a bunch of other questions tonight, but would encourage folks to also check out those memos as well and follow up with any questions.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Gibson?
Yeah, first of all, I want to lend my voice to its support of Councilmember Siemens and his concern about the commercial, the potential for commercial development where we probably don't need 100% commercial. It was the smallest little crack in any kind of change in zoning, and the staff did not do anything to change the zoning. They're potentially changing some recommendations, and we say recommendations are not rights. So I think that is indicative of where the planning staff and planning board are at, which is to not change the zoning. They're willing to change lots of words, and those words do not have the same level of weight as the zoning does. So unless there's, and I'm not saying all of the zoning is wrong. I think that it's a one-size-fits-all on Maple and there's, I guess, two sizes fits all on Maple and Lee, and it's inappropriate to the character of the neighborhood, as well as it is has potential displacement. And I would separate out those covenant-driven, deed-restricted buildings, which I trust that the mission will continue, and they're not going to displace people if they don't have to. But the 40-50%, I can't remember the exact, perhaps you can correct me, that are commercial buildings that could very well be attracted, could be attracted to a buyout and a potential displacement. So I feel strongly that that there needs to be some zoning changes, and it's clear that they're unwilling to make almost any. Now, I'm hoping that won't be the case for Flower, because Councilmember Konzak has put in our resolution some specific things, specific requests, and so we shall see if there's any budge on zoning. And zoning is really the key. This, in my opinion, and I have listened to a lot of folks that know zoning, and we should not. I guess one of the guiding principles is we should not zone for things that we don't want to happen. If we don't want to have a 12-story building buildings at the hospital site, or additional 15-story buildings, then we should not zone for. If we don't want to have 50 or 100% commercial, we should not zone for that. So I feel strongly that that's one of my bottom lines. Two others, and has to do with the pushback or the response that we got with regard to the infrastructure traffic issues, and that it's not, we were basically told that that's going to come at the site development level, and yet we have a very clear estimate of number of houses, but we're not willing to estimate traffic. We're not even, I would ask for in a motion that we at least look at the carrying capacity for our streets right now, those that are most affected, around the Erie Avenue, Flower Avenue, as well as Maple and East-West Highway. And I would say this, I would ask the same concern about environmental concerns. Okay, we can't get the full environmental assessment, but the council asked for additional information. We got no additional information, additional assessments on what is the water quality right now of Sligo Avenue, or Sligo Creek. What is the condition of the riparian buffers around Sligo Creek, the landscape there? Just to get some additional information for us to make a good, clear, make a decision, an informed decision about this environment, about these buildings, and most importantly, about the people in those buildings. So I hope tomorrow's a better day, but thus far I have seen little interest in moving further than some guidance and language on recommendations.
Can I, Madam Mayor, do you mind if I just want to touch on the recommendations piece briefly, which is, I think there's a distinction to be made between recommendations within the plan, like the rent stabilization recommendation, that the planning process have no control over, no say over, and recommendations within the plan that are a part of the underlying rights of what's allowed on that property, right? So recommendations such as no net loss of affordability, such as you can't touch this existing green space on this site. Those are not just recommendations, but those are loosely kind of a part of the zoning, right? Those are recommendations that a plan has to abide by when it goes through the planning process's review. And by approving this plan, the planning board is saying they are abiding by those recommendations. So I just wanted to make that distinction real quick, because
Right.
I understand the concern, but wanted to just.
Yeah, and I know, but I think we also have the by right. The developer can, if he or she is within the zoning constraints in terms of height, FAR, and also it's the stormwater, there's some very specific things, stormwater requirements that need to be made, and there's some other things, but basically they can build there as long as they meet those recommendations, which may not significantly change the character of the building itself or the impact of the building. I want to talk with you some more about some of the recommendations that I find really questionable about how they would be, whether they would be impactful or not, and whether they have any teeth. And going back to the no net loss, there's no net loss in terms of the number of units. There's nothing about, but that doesn't say those residents. Those residents might very well have to go, but the number of units, affordable units, would stay. So that's another issue that Terry, I want to back up Terry on. But so we'll talk some more. I appreciate it.
Sure. I'd just like to point out just a few pieces real quick. One is kind of on that by right development. We sent some follow-up information after the development review last week, and I just want to point out that based on the proposed zoning, based on the proposed CRT zoning, every development would go through site plan review, right? And I think it is, if a property was below 10,000 square feet, it would not be required to go through site plan review. But any of the types of properties that we're concerned about here would have to go through that site plan review process. And I'll pause there so we can get to more questions.
Councilmember DeBala?
Yeah, I have a long list. I'll make it real quick, though. I'll just hit the high points. So I hear what my colleagues are saying. I am not as concerned about some of these things as let me rephrase that. I have the concern, but I see that I think that I see other ways of addressing these, and some of these things already exist, such as the county's condo conversion and tenant displacement rules that would apply to anything and that's not in zoning because it's not zoning, but there's all these other tools that we have. So I kind of like the recommendation that they were going to put together a lot of that stuff in a, for lack of a better word, toolbox, so that everybody could see it, because it isn't just the zoning. And it isn't just the site plan review. I also was having trouble with Terry, with talking about by right, because anything this big is gonna not be, it's not like building a deck. It's got extensive review where a lot of these questions about how does your piece contribute to the overall goal for that area, they have to answer those questions. They have to stay away from the creek. They have to, et cetera, et cetera. So I guess I'm looking at it a little differently, perhaps, than some of my colleagues, and maybe I need to be educated. So I'm glad you talked about the by right and the review, because I was going to bring it up. I was hoping that you could maybe refresh us by re-upping the memos on the housing on Maple Avenue and what we've got and what we don't have and who lives where and what kind of building, just so we're all reminded, because there are these different groups of people. And just like I don't think I have a right to stay in my house, it's a choice. What's displacement? Is it I'm guaranteed by the county that if my building is being renovated, I get help for a year and then I maybe get to move back? Do I have to be able to live a block away can I live in Silver Spring and come back to Hillwood Manor? I mean, I guess that's a question. And so the thing I'm weighing against it's late and maybe I'm not being very clear, but if nothing is done, then what do we have? We have buildings that are not delivering quality life for our residents. And that's what to me, that's one of the main problems we're trying to solve. So I guess I'm just looking at it a little different. And I wanted to say one last thing about, well, part of it is what we asked for. And so maybe we could have, but we didn't ask for zoning to change. Therefore, no surprise, some of it's not changing. And that might be something we need to revisit, but that, keeping in mind what we asked them to do. All of which is to say, do I think that I'm completely satisfied with all the reactions to no, I'm not. I was more comforted by this last session than I was before, and we'll see what we get tomorrow. But I just wanted to say I understand the concerns of my colleagues, but I may be looking at it a little differently.
Councilmember Fulcher.
First of all, I want to comment and say that, we mentioned incentivizing that we would kind of rehab some of the housing that is available along Maple. And I kind of accept that the minor master plan is not necessarily the space in which we get Montgomery County to help us with that. I do think we should take every chance we have to always elbow them and be like, hey, we're over here providing more affordable housing than is our fair share. And so what are you gonna do to help us out? And so I appreciate that's what we were doing in part in our resolution, was taking this opportunity to say, hey, we're over here. If you could help us out, we would like to see that. And so I'm looking forward to seeing some of that toolkit and also hearing your thoughts on the toolkit and when they've actually shown us stuff that we didn't already know, and also when they've shown us stuff that doesn't even apply to us and isn't actually going to help us. And so looking forward to calling them out on some of that. One of my questions was, so on slide 17, and I know that this is your wording, and so I'm not trying to nitpick at your wording. I'm just trying to make sure that I understand. Strengthen the no net loss of affordable housing requirements. So it's my understanding that some of the housing that's affordable on Maple is not necessarily required to be affordable. And so are we protecting just the required housing, or is the zoning protecting the actual amount of housing that we are providing? And so I don't know if that's something you can answer right now, or if it's something that you need to look into to understand better.
Yeah, appreciate that. I think we'll probably have to either get more clarity from planning board staff or see if we get more clarity tomorrow. And I'm sorry, I don't have my actual notes of what the actual slide looked like during the presentation last week. And I briefly just wanted to point out, appreciate you pointing out kind of the quality of housing. I think there was, from my perspective, great conversation around, to go all the way back again, great conversation around that kind of protecting existing housing affordability. I was hoping and anticipate hearing kind of more of a conversation around that diversity of housing topic, kind of the both improving existing housing as well as kind of middle market other infill opportunities.
So last again, and I've done a horrible job of managing the schedule on this topic. So for me, the devil is in the details, and I've learned through this whole process, pay attention to what you hear, but trust what's on paper. So I am really looking forward to when we will actually receive the memo. I think that's going to provide a lot of clarity around what is truly being changed and what may not be. I think that, one of the things that I will say, I did not personally initially have strong concerns around zoning, although I understand the 100% FAR commercial as being something that could potentially be problematic. But I'm thinking more from the perspective of the building heights along Maple. I felt like they, for the most part, aligned with what we already have. I think a lot of the properties that were on Maple Avenue were non-conforming and were being zoned and moved into the categories that they should have been moved into because the zone, the heights that they were, that category no longer existed. And so, for me, I think the biggest issue is trying to ensure that we create the rights either through the zoning or through our county partners or through what we can do within the city to create the right environment to ensure that the type of development to ensure that we create the right incentives for the type of development that we want or that we need, right? I think that there's this mindset that we are helpless and the big bad developer is going to come in and just wreak havoc on your community. And we have power. We just have to get our toolkits in place to be able to say, like we learned during the last presentation on the development review process, what are the incentives that we have to incentivize positive or publicly serving development in our community? Are we offering things like payment in lieu of taxes if you're building certain amounts of affordable housing? Are we making sure that we're working with the county on any kinds of incentives that they have? Are we looking at flexibilities in terms of beefing up our housing reserve or identifying ways in which we may be able to get certain grants or other monies that we may be able to incentivize the type of development that we want to see? I may be a little jaded because I've lived with the Tacoma Langley sector plan for since I moved 12 years. Yes. And we're supposed to have buildings to the moon, and I haven't seen anything. I'm constantly bringing up that Taco Bell because that's all we got. So the idea of what the zoning plan is, again, you want to make sure that the plan really does, if built to its max capacity, represent the community that we want to make sure that we have. But what we've seen happen in this city is in order to have anything, the plan is just the first step. There's a ton more steps that you have to take and partnerships that we have to build in order to actually realize and create the environment for development to happen. So I hear my colleagues, and again, I want to hold judgment on how well the planning board has done until I actually see that memo. But I do want to make sure that folks understand that from my perspective, it's not an either or. It is a making sure that we're seeing how the first step, and I'm already gone over, how the first step can be laid, but also figuring out how we need to establish the path to actually realize what it is that we want. So if we want improved housing quality in the affordable units that we have today, we have to figure out where those monies are going to come from and how do we incentivize those building improvements to happen. If we want there to be certain types of development on the Washington Advantage site, then we have to build those partnerships and we have to figure out ways to incentivize what it is that we want. Otherwise, we will continue to have what we have, which in Ward 6 has been a Taco Bell.
Very quickly, next steps?
Next steps.
That's why I have my light on.
Yep. So in terms of next steps, we will be receiving the memo, fingers crossed,
Yeah, I can't speak for anyone else. I don't know when you'll
We don't
get the
know.
memo, but it is something that it's my understanding it's been being worked on throughout this process, so I don't anticipate a delay here.
Yes, and the hope is that we'll get something by the end of this week or early next week. In terms of next steps for members of council, I want to encourage everyone, if you have questions based on the presentation today, first, watch what happens tomorrow. If you have questions about presentations that Ira provided today, please follow up with staff. Check your inboxes from when that memo comes in, and then we will have another work session on Wednesday of next week, so that we can continue the discussion. But this time it could be from a little bit more of a more informed place, because fingers crossed we'll have that memo.
And if we don't have that memo, then we will postpone our discussion until we do.
Good question.
I'm looking at
not
our.
really-
What is the?
Just trying to put you in
I
a
mean,
box.
you're
You
putting,
know,
you're
I'm
putting me in a
always
box.
happy to chat with you guys.
Yes,
so, you know.
you're putting me in a box. But I've changed agendas before, so fingers crossed we will have that memo before Wednesday, and enough time for folks to be able to assess.
And will it be posted for residents? I agree, just asking.
Okay. Yep. We can chat offline about the process for that. Councilmember DeBala, did you have another question?
No, that was it. Just-
Councilmember Hanzak?
I hope it's okay. I'm gonna say something. I wonder if, before we leave here as a next step, could you just, for just a moment, say, what do you think would be the best way to get what we want? Is it a yes or no vote? Probably. And this is, I know this is your speculating, but if you could share with the public, as you shared with me, or is it something else that is more specific? Thank you.
Sure, I'll be very brief here. What I will say is that, you know, this is a process, right? A multi-year process, multi-stage process. And what you did in your last resolution is laid out these topics that were very important to you to be addressed within the plan. You reviewed the public hearing draft, and the feedback you provided centered around these 4 topics, obviously with the subsets within that, right? But so, you know, as we go through this process, not just this next resolution, but the county council process as well, I would encourage you to focus on how well have these topics been addressed at that stage of the process, and how well can you refine whatever your questions, demands, directives are within those topics. Because this is not a, you know, we get to start the process all over again with the next public comment period next month. This is an iterative process where we have one version of the plan, we have the next version of the plan, and those grow off of each other, right? And so within this stage in the plan, were your comments appreciated, heard? Were they addressed to a satisfactory degree? And if they weren't fully addressed, what do we need to do in the next stage to make sure, again, that these big topics are addressed with more specificity or more growth, whatever?
So,
Councilmember DeBala?
sorry, I know we have another topic. And so I think the question was, yes, with conditions in a resolution, or flat out no, or what? I could put it on me. I could say, I think that the best is to, as people think about what specific changes they would want to put forward, if any.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, one, I think that we will be better served to talk about conditions after we have the memo. And 2, I think that part of the challenge, as was described today, was that some of the comments that were made were, you know, perhaps outside of what should be appropriate for, you know, the planning board to weigh in on, or a responsibility of someone else, or a research question that falls outside of the zoning plan itself. So I think that the key will be that, one, when we have the memo and we kind of know what's what's there and what's not. We do the assessment specifically as it relates to the clear elements of our resolution in which that relates to what the planning board has their authority to do. And if there is still something that is missing, we could discuss ways in which we can offer a condition. But I want us to make sure, because there was, the resolution included specifics, it included general topics, but it also included things that were somewhat outside of the purview of the planning board. And so I don't want us to conflate those things. So just making sure that we're able to keep that in mind as we're thinking through what the final resolution will consist of.
Thank you.
All right, so I see that people are packing up. I know. So we have one more work session, but I know, when I see all of the heads on this side of the dais just fall, people are losing it. All right, so if you all can just give me 5 minutes. All right, because I'm not going to force everybody to talk through these. I'll send you a resolution. But I wanted us to kind of have a minute to just, again, reiterate what the 2025 budget priorities were. I'm just going to read through what I captured, right? And then we'll have a quick second so we could talk through whether or not we want to propose any kind of budget scenarios. So, and I had to try to do some rewording to make it clear. So it seemed as if what we wanted was, the rec center. So take next steps to advance the development of the rec center. Implement a public space management plan activity selected based on the new evaluation tool. Example projects may include Ann Street Public Space. I thought I heard Haverford, or an activity related to natural resources. Implement the Community Navigator Program. Improve traffic calming in the city. Activities including changing traffic calming policies, conduct traffic studies in priority areas. I had Ritchie, New Hampshire Gardens, and areas, that's wrong, areas near Purple Line stations.
Probably, but just as an aside, if you added Hillwood, or not Glenside, but Erskine.
Yep, Erskine.
Yes.
Yep, we'll keep it streets. Okay.
Yeah, I had put in some streets too, but.
Can you send them to me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Resend them to you, yes.
Thanks.
I think they got lost because they were my plan B.
Okay. And I'll clean that up. And then, and there was also aspects of wayfinding signage, with the idea being, as we discussed before, that we're just providing examples, but not necessarily solidifying any particular location for anything.
Remember that. Would you explain this?
That was my thing.
That's one thing, one person's thing.
One person.
That was you. That was the wayfinding signage.
As opposed to consensus items. Okay.
I thought that was a part of the consensus, but maybe I was wrong.
Well, if two of us don't even remember.
Okay.
It was about the prospect of making sure that like curbs and signs and all the other things that make the streetscape more safe for pedestrians, and also give the, like, it was that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so it was more about safety and not
Yeah.
about signs. That's
Right.
why I don't
Yeah,
remember.
but they went together, and
Right.
what she said, I think, is applicable to what I was trying to get at.
But we'll clean it up. So it was part of the discussions on sidewalks and the wayfinding thing.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Okay.
I think it's fair.
All right, we'll clean it up.
I can go with safety, I just don't see.
Pedestrian safety.
Well, so we'll look at it.
We'll look at it. We'll clean it up. That's why I wanted us to have a quick work session, because I wanted it to be clear. The next item was advance the city's housing efforts, including revising policies, multifamily rehabilitation, code enforcement, and property management. And that property management piece needs to be cleaned up.
Yeah, it's a big bucket.
And I'm looking at Councilmember Hanzak, but we could.
Include duplicities,
I just find verbally doing this very difficult. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
Nope, it's okay.
I have to compare with all my notes and.
Yep.
I
No
can't-
worries.
I just can't.
I'm sorry, that's why, and not just because it's late, I just can't do this verbally.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, no worries. So my goal was to try to put something on paper, but when I started trying to write up the notes,
It's good that you're checking in with people.
I'm checking. And then there was another item that was, Councilmember DeBala had noted, prepare or assess resources needed for a climate mitigation project or climate mitigation and adaptation efforts or climate action for multifamily buildings in particular.
Yeah, well, I don't know, yeah, I'm not sure if that's exactly what, we talked about climate and housing in particular and how they fit together, and it seemed like there was some consensus around that as a project.
Okay.
I just got the 7 that we really consult, you know, there was at least 2 or 3.
Well, after we talked about it, there were 2 or 3 for that, but yeah, there was the list of things, yeah.
If we were to talk about any of these.
Okay. All right. So what I'm gonna do, because I feel like everyone's losing it. For
Oh, LIDC.
yep, I have LIDC. That was the last one.
That was the first one we talked about. Yeah.
Yep. So I have the LIDC, but it sounds like, and I will rotate this tomorrow after I've had some sleep, coffee, and can kind of piece it together a little bit more, for folks to take a look at. But again, the goal was to try to summarize what was discussed. And I know that folks were giving a lot of examples of what it was or specific projects. But in order for us to get consensus, I wanted to make sure that some of those top level items were clear. So it sounds, again, the rec center, public space management plan, community navigators, traffic calming, housing, right? And some stuff related to the environment. I heard. Yep, LIDC and.
I had
and
purple line corridor businesses next on my notes from last week's meeting.
That was on my list too.
On
We
num-
talked
under-
about it, but I
under
wasn't
6,
sure if we had
after
general
7.
consensus.
I don't know. I'm just saying.
I direct you to talk to the new director of the Crossroads Development Association because he just came from the Purple Line Coalition.
Yeah.
So you may be able to get some of that offline.
Yeah.
In this process.
So, but I think what Councilmember Honzak is mentioning is that there was a item that I believe she and I had both had, that mine was more related to facade improvements and business improvements. But it didn't seem like others had something like that on their list.
Oh, I didn't because we, like, geographically, they did that over where
Right,
we are.
right,
So
right,
that's the only reason why I didn't say it. But that's fine with me, though.
Okay, so we can talk offline about whether or not that's something that needs to be added. But I do just want to make sure, while people are packing up, that the items I've listed, aside from the one that Councilmember Honzak with the, Councilmember DeBala with the ors and the ors, like that may need to be,
Oars and the oars.
yep, prepare or.
Oh, yeah, the climate and housing.
So that one will need to be tightened up a little bit more, okay? So the last thing, really quickly. Yep, that's what I got.
Did we accomplish our task?
Yeah.
Is it short enough list, the list now?
Well, what?
Or is it still?
No, I feel like it's way shorter.
It
It's,
seems a lot better to me.
it's, because if the idea, I know David is,
In your direction?
it's, we've gone from 2 pages down to what I'm counting right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bullets, if we don't add anything else.
Times New Roman 1 page. Get it done. Let's do it.
So we've narrowed it down, but I think the biggest thing is for folks to just keep in mind that these are the agreed upon across council priority projects that we want the staff to price out and assess the feasibility, which doesn't mean we're going to do it. And so when you all see the resolution, there is language in there that says we can revisit this. There's a number of projects and initiatives that may come unplanned, that may happen, but it's just to give them something to work with in terms of helping us with fleshing out what the projects may actually look like and what they may cost.
Does that mean it's to the exclusion of the other council priorities?
No. Well, it's not to
And
the.
what's the value?
Well, I'm sorry. It doesn't, I was thinking of it differently. It doesn't say, it doesn't mean that we're completely throwing out our priorities, because the priorities are just goals and strategies and general objectives of what we are striving towards as a community. These are specific budget projects that we are saying as a council, we may want to prioritize going into the next budget season. So if they cost money. So if there are things that maybe we had in the council priorities around something, my brain can't come up with an idea. It wasn't on this priority list. It costs money. When they have to make assessments around what to include in the draft budget that we see, they will be less likely to include those, to focus more on the ones that we are actually putting forward now. If that makes sense.
Yeah, basically what you're saying is it's not eliminating those other priorities, but it is deprioritizing them to where, okay, if we have something we can fit it in the budget, okay, but if not, then it's next year.
It's next year, it's
or
gotta
some
go.
other future year.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
are these in order?
No,
That's a
no,
big
I didn't-
question for me, because I don't think, one of the things I observed is some of the ones that were at the top of the list were, like, let's say there were 4 of us that agreed on it, but maybe we would all agree that one of these is like a top priority over others, even though it wasn't like we all had it on our
Yeah,
list, kind of thing.
no, I think we need to see the price tags and the write-ups before we're able to do that. Okay, so, because I am losing people, I know Councilmember Gibson had sent out an email around budget scenarios. Let's not get into that tonight because it's almost midnight. But folks can,
Say-
sure, go ahead, Councilmember Gibson.
Thank you for bringing that up. We had included in our calendar that we all passed, that we would look at priorities and tax rate scenarios.
And made tax rate scenarios, so we would look
Optional, yeah.
Look at it.
Yeah, and so we talked previously, and this acting city manager talked a little bit, has responded back and forth with some ideas. That the originally looking at constant yield plus ECI wasn't what he would recommend. I looked at what he had, and I came up with a similar alternative, which I've shared with you all, which doesn't set a tax rate. It sets a revenue goal with an inflation rate. So that I can read it, but it's all been sent to you. Recommend that we direct the city manager to provide a fiscal year 25 budget scenario with the goal of an increase in property tax revenue no greater than 4% above the FY 25 tax property revenue estimates, which that's currently 15 million. So anyhow, that's what the recommendation is. It's not a tax rate, it's a tax revenue goal with an inflation adjustment.
Okay, so we're not going to talk, hopefully we'll have this resolution ready to go for voting on the meeting on the 13th, I believe. So Councilmember Gibson, definitely make sure that you're having conversations with members of council as we're debating on as folks are providing any comments or thoughts regarding the resolution.
Right, I do want to say that this does not have to be the only scenario. I think the city manager said that, please, no more than 2. He'd prefer 1, but no more than 2. So this is not what I or anybody is recommending our budget, but it be not a benchmark, but a reference point to look at and to help judge when we do our budget, if we follow these guidelines or if we use this scenario, these are the trade-offs that we would make. So it's not a budget proposal.
Mm-hmm.
It is a scenario that we could use to reference. Thank you, and I will be missing you, but I will be online next week.
Excellent, excellent. All right, so because folks are already standing, stretching their legs, I'm going to go ahead and call this call this meeting. Would someone like to move for us to adjourn? Thank you so much, Councilmember Fulcher. Thank you all for bearing with us tonight. I know we got started at 6 o'clock, so it's been a long night. Thank you all so much, and have a good night.